Hello, lovely souls. Welcome to the Conversation with MJ, where we are going to embark on a journey of connection, growth, discovery together. I'm your host, MJ, and I'm thrilled to have you join me on this exhilarating ride through realms of inspiration, wisdom, and insight. So we're going to deep dive into the heart of what it means to live a fulfilling life, to pursue our passions, and to unlock our greatest potential. Each episode is a celebration of human connection and a testament to the power of authenticity and a reminder that we are all on this journey together. So get ready to be inspired, get ready to be empowered, and get ready to ignite your inner fire, because here at Conversations with MJ, the adventure never ends. So join us with every moment an opportunity to shine. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, please leave a comment, and the show will be starting shortly. See you soon. Hey. Welcome. How's everybody doing on this good Sunday? I hope everybody is doing well. I hope that you had a wonderful weekend. I hope that everything is good in your life or in the trajectory to be good. And I hope your family is good. So I have an exciting kind of show today, something a little bit different. It's still going to have the educational factor in it, but it's still going to be fun and cute. And I think it's something that we need to talk about, right? So just for us to get into the move of, what I'm talking about a little bit per se, I want to play some tunes in the beginning and then we're going to get right into it. All right. So let's see. Okay. And let's see some nice tunes for us right now.
Hey yo, Wiz, this is crazy right here.
Hey yo, Ash, you crazy for this one?
You can't hear it? The sound gone? Ah, they don't like it. Ah, too bad. Maybe they will allow me to do what I want to do later on. But nonetheless, hey guys, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Everybody that's coming in. Hassan, thank you for showing up. Miss Jalen, thank you for showing up. Royce, thank you for showing up. Yeah, the music was gone. Yeah, you know how YouTube is. And it's funny because you could use their YouTube, you could use their link, and they'll still say no. But I hope y'all can hear me. Give me a ones up if you can hear me. Oh, it's back now. Okay, cool. Great. Thank you. All right. So today we're going to be talking about the dating history throughout the US, pretty much. I mean, it's really not that different than how it was in Europe, but there was a reason why we got to where we are today. Okay. And the reason why we got where we are today is because back then, oh, hey Robin, how you doing, sweetheart? Thank you guys for putting the ones in the chat. I appreciate you. So the reason why we got where we are today, oh, thank you, baby. I appreciate you. Thank you. You know, sometimes I have to come up and, you know, show out just a little bit. So what I noticed is that we all know the basic as to why we went from courting to dating, right? Now, dating is only 100 years old. That's what a lot of people don't even realize. Dating is only 100 years old. It is not even, it's literally, I think it started in the 1900s. Yes, that's what it said. It said it started in the 1900s. Okay. So when we used to mate and everything before, most people know the basic of the history that parents used to set their children up, especially within royal families. They used to set their children up with someone when they were younger, like 3 years old. They had already been destined to marry each other. And it was able to obtain or sustain resources. It was able to sustain the business. It was to keep everything within the line, right? So by the 1900s, it started to go to courting. So the reason why I went to courting is because at that time they wanted to make dating or mating a little bit more fun. A lot of people don't realize that, yeah, it's only 100 years old. Yes, dating is only 100 years old. It's not even that long. It's not really even that long. So what they did was children was having enough. They wanted to have a little bit more control in who they married and stuff like that. So that's when they allowed courting. So courting in the 1900s, early 1920s, that was courting, but courting was on the basis of supervision from your parents. Meaning you wasn't going to be by yourself. It had to be one of the elder within the within each family. It didn't matter. Most of the time it would come from the woman's family due to the simple fact that women wasn't even looked as human beings. They were looked as property, right? But sometimes they did also have a supervisor with the male family as well. So from there, it went from courting with supervision, and then from supervision courting, there was a movement where they felt that these people were adults, and especially around the time where, you know, I'll put it like this. We didn't grow old as how we grow old now, right? So when you were 18 or 16 or 15 back in those days, you was considered to be middle age. That was their middle age. Most people was literally passing away at 35, 40. That was considered old age back then, right? So they was moving towards, well, listen, they're 15, 16 years old. They don't need us to be watching them over their over their back. So then they started to allow the younger people, the younger adults, to go courting. This is where dating came from, because dating what I don't think most people know. Dating came from the simple fact that when vehicles started to be created back in the 1920s, it allowed the male suitor to take the girl out. So now became an experience. It became an event. They would go take them to the park, to the movies. That was pretty much what they had back then. To the park, to the movies. That's all you were doing, right? But it became an event now to actually go out, because before they used to just call on to your house and they would sit there in the parlor and you would probably have conversations that were supervised by an aunt, grandmother, or the mom. So from there, it went to dating became fun. It became a form of activity for younger adults to get to know a person. And it was great during the 1920s, 1930s, apparently, from what I was reading. It was real fun. They made a lot of movies about the dating and courting back then. And then what happened? During 1940s and 1950s, because we had the World War I and World War II, because there was a shortage of men, that's when dating changed. So as soon as all the men who went to war, who made it out alive, who came back, our US government decided to put propaganda out of the 1940s midwife, and saying that now it was your duty to get married, get hitched. And because they did that, even the men who was coming back from war, that's where the whole concept of the promise ring came into effect, or the letterman's jacket. Now dating wasn't just for adults. It started to become even lower as middle school, where you give your girl a letterman's jacket, you give her a promise ring, you give her flowers. Now you was putting stock into an individual, letting them know that the only person that you want is that person. And that was it. That's where it actually started from. So then after that, we get into the 60s and the 70s. And mind you, I have videos for it, so we're going to go over it and all the stuff like that. But I just want to give you a pretty much a timeline how we actually kind of moved throughout the years to get to the place where we are today. So 60s and 70s came, that's when the whole free love came, right? So from my mom laughed. But yeah, that's where the whole free love came. So from there, that's when it was more, dating wasn't about actually marriage. It was more about getting to know a person and also sex, right? Because at that time, the government was also included in wanting people to produce or procreate more. So they were more open-minded about having casual sex. That's also during the time where the US finally approved birth control for women. It was around that time. So they was like, hey, we having people out there having sex. We want that. This is good sexual health. And we also want the ability for people to time when they want to have children. Because before the birth control, you lay down with somebody, most likely 9 times out of 10, you was going to get pregnant. So that's where it led into 60s and 70s. Now here we come from 80s to the 90s. 80s and the 90s was all about just sex. Sex was the primary motivator to even be in a relationship with someone. The primary reason. It was less about finding the one. It was less about finding a husband or a wife. It was more just about, I need to find who is compatible with me sexually. And we've seen that, especially us, the ones who are born in the 80s, even you guys who are born in the 90s. Shout out to the 80s. The 80s is the best years anyway. But that's where we see that in our videos and stuff like that. We see that within our music. That's why the music genre changed so quickly. 1 minute it was all about love songs and love letters and all the stuff like that. And then the next minute it was about, I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind. This is how we got to that level in the 1990s. But then also now we have to add in the 2000s. So now when it used to be, you wouldn't court anybody back in the 1920s, in the 1940s. The people that you was courting was people that was within your neighborhood. It was people that knew that family. They were a part of the community. So you had more information, as well as your family had more information about the individual. Now, skipping to 2000s, nobody knows anything. Parents don't know anything. Parents are no longer involved. Family is no longer involved. Community is no longer involved. They're telling you, mind your business. Let us do what we do. Okay? They like, let us do what we do. So then at this point, now we have to introduce online. Now we have to introduce online dating. Popular movie, You Got Mail, back in the 2000 and what? I think 2002 or something like that. You Got Mail. That's when they started putting up online dating apps, right? So from there, it was supposed to have been something where you didn't have to stay within your actual local community and only date within your local community. You were given more options to find a mate by still being connected to them, even if you wasn't in close distance. That's what the online dating apps and stuff was for. However, as the years went by, especially when 2012 with Match.com being created, as the years went by and Tinder and all that stuff, dating apps started to become like you wasn't even really looking for any basics of personality and character. You can find your perfect mate with a swipe left and a swipe right. But it was the mindset of the people that we have prioritized sex or sex health more than everything else that is included within the relationship. And now we are where we are today, where most people are not in fulfilling relationships. Too many options for women and men, right? Too many options, too many opportunities to have sexual pleasure. And marriage is now decreasing, as well as procreation is decreasing. Now, when we hear about all the rhetoric that gets talked about online and stuff like that, everybody pegs it up for this is all the fault of feminism. And I'm not saying that there is no fault to feminism. I'm saying that is not the whole thing in totality. There is fault across the whole board between men and women. And it's not only just feminism. Yes, feminism did give liberation, women's liberation, or sexual liberation, which did get out of control. However, men's entitlement to women still remains the same in coordinates of back into 1930s, 1940s. And men have not been able to adapt with thinking of getting with women as a partnership instead of looking as women as an ownership. Even men today who was literally born in 1980s and 1990s and the 2000s still holds the mindset of a man back in 1920 and 1930 about his entitlement to women and what is her role as in his life. And because men has not been able to catch up with the simple fact is that because women are not bound to coveratism or coveter, that there has to be more that is brought to the table in regards of our procreation and our mating rituals. So now I'm going to show you the definition, because when we talk about how back then women was owned by their father, their uncle, their brother, and then it was passed on a transfer to their husband, we need to know what the actual word is, because there was a actual word, and this word
which is coverture, was banned, was an actual legal law that was in our legal system about women, and it was banned from India, US, and Europe by the 1900s. Coverture still remains in a lot of other countries today. As to why, when we hear about the rhetoric about these very highly submissive, feminine women, is because they are still falling under that law. So we're going to take a look at it. Okay. All right. Oh, I don't know why it's shaped like that. It's so weird. Go this way. No, other way. Other way, other way. Let me hide the overlay. There we go. All right. So we're going to take a look at the definition. Is this the right one? I didn't even pull up the right one. Lord Jesus. Jesus help me. All right. I think this is it. This has to be. Okay. Yes, this is it. Okay. So I got this information from the Women's National History Museum about coverture. Let me put on my glasses because y'all know I'm old. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. All right. So it says, coverture is a long-standing legal practice that is part of our colonial heritage. Through Spanish and French versions of coverture existed in the New World, United States coverture is based in English law. Coverture held that no female person had a legal identity. At birth, a female baby was covered by her father's identity, and then, when she married, by her husband's. The husband and wife became one, and that was one, the husband. As a symbol of this subsuming of identity, women took the last names of their husbands. They were femi-coverts, covered women. Because they did not legally exist, married women could not make contracts or be sued. So they could not own or work in businesses. Married women owned nothing, not even the clothes on their backs. They had no rights to their children, so that if a wife divorced or left a husband, she would not see her children again. Married women had no rights to their bodies. That meant that not only would a husband have claim to any wages generated by his wife's labor or to the fruits of her body, her children, but he also had an absolute right to sexual access. Within marriage, a wife's consent was implied. So under the law, all sex-related activity, including rape, was legitimate. His total mastery of this fellow human being stopped short, but just short, of death. Of course, a man wasn't allowed to beat his wife to death, but he can beat her. So, if we look at that, oh, hey, Renee, how you doing, sweetheart? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Let's see. Oh, hey, Truth, how you doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see you. Huh? What would I do? I ain't even doing anything. Anyway, let's see. Royce said, some Black women don't think about is how Black men have always been treated like we have no excuses because of racism is a thing of the past. And a lot of Black women bought into that false narrative. You know what? I would say Royce, it's not about excuses, right? It's about we suffered racism just like black men. And in fact, we had a double whammy because at that time, it wasn't no benefit to be a woman, right? Even you as or your family member being an enslaved person as an enslaved man still has some leverage that women did not have. I just read to you, women didn't even have a legal identity. They were not even on any law documents. Everything was under their father or their husband. So when they was talking about her, they will say the husband name and his wife. That's what they would say. The husband name and his wife. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have no legal identity at all. And then on top of that, if he wanted to do anything to her, he could. That's what I just read. If her husband wanted to pimp her out or put her in a brothel to make money because he squandered the money that she came into with the diary, he could do that. Her body was not her own. He can take her kids away from her. That's why sometimes when we talk about the legal system today, I understand the legal system is trying their best to make it a little bit more fair, and it seems like it's a little bit more injustice when it comes down to the great fathers who want to be fathers to their kids. But there was a point where if a woman wanted to divorce you because you was abusing her, she had to be willing to walk away from her children because her children didn't belong to her. It belonged to her husband. How do you think, like, just imagine that. Imagine that you would have to suffer staying with someone and being beat to a pulp because you worry about your kids, about what would happen to them if you're not there. And you would suck it up and stay in an abusive relationship because you wanted to be close to your kids. It's terrible. I mean, a lot of stuff is terrible, but I'm not trying to say that things is not out of the way work. Like, most of the time, I think now when it comes down to the system, the real argument is with the system and not necessarily with the mom. It's the system that is taking advantage of the situation that a relationship or a marriage did not work, but then there's children and that is involved. And they're the ones who are getting most of the money because the women are not even getting the money. They end up taking pre-tax $1,500 from your paycheck, and they give your mother of your child $100. And then you ask them what happened to the $1,400. Well, that's for the taxes, sir. That's for the taxes for your state. That's for the taxes for the court that you had to file the process and the proceedings with. We have to realize that at one point, we're not each other's enemy as much as we think we are. Let's see. Let me see who else is in here. Hi, Mel. How you doing? Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Not Little Red Robin Hood, sir. Not Little Red Robin Hood. Let's see. Roy said, I don't think Black men really consider us a part of the white patriarchy, but we realize that our women are not going to cut us a break because our disadvantage is society. Well, here's the thing. It's not about cutting a break, right? It's about doing the best you can. Just like y'all are asking us women to do the best we can, right? So if reciprocity is what we need on both sides, then that's what we need to do. We just all need to do the best that we can, and do the best that we can with the kids that are here and the kids that we want to come later on. Because at the end of the day, the society, or you want to say the government, they're not on our side. They're not on your side, and they're not on our side. So, I mean, pointing the fingers at this point ain't not going to do anything. It's not going to help us. It's not going to help us. So, let's see. Okay, all right. I was like, what I do? Hey, Lana, sweetheart, how you doing? It's good to see you, darling. Good to see you. Yep. Let's see. Oh, Florabella, what's going on? Yes. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. Hey, Word Class, how you doing, sir? How you doing? Oh, DB, thank you for coming, sweetheart. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Let's see what else we got going on here. Anybody else did I miss? I don't think so. I think I got everybody. Yes. Okay, cool. You don't see Royce come. Oh, DB said, let me tell you something, DB. I hate the color red. I know red looks good on my skin, but I hate the color red. I really do. I am such not a red person. I really ain't. I just wear it because I know it looks good. That's it. Because I really don't like that color. Oh, let's see. Okay. So Mel says, no, Black men didn't overall turn their backs on patriarchy like they should have, but shame Black women by feminism. Yeah, they really, I mean, like at the end of the day, they want to participate in patriarchy. They see what patriarchy allows them as men, and they want to participate in it, right? I mean, I'm not going to fault them about that, because if you see benefits, why wouldn't you want it? However, our situation is different, right? There's a lot in play. There's a lot is at stake with us getting it right. That is, patriarchy is not going to save you, and it's not going to save us. So at the end of the day, we have to be a little bit more strategic in what we do, because we can't move like everybody else. We just can't. All right, so let me finish up with this. Okay, so here it says, now the law doesn't always reflect real life, and in truth, practice ensured that coverture on the ground was not as restrictive as the black letter law indicated. Though a woman could own nothing, men who wanted to pass on their wealth through their daughters to grandchildren devised ways to keep money and property out of the hands of son-in-laws. The demands of commerce also played their own parts. Though a woman could not make a contract, plenty of women did business and trade, either on their own in a legal exception called femme sole, or for absent husbands. Wives often ran businesses alongside their mates, with the local community acting as monitors and enforcers. Finally, we must assume that through husbands had the right to marital relations at will, that there was a great deal of negotiation around sex. So, from then, even women, though on laws, they found little ways, loopholes within the law that would allow a woman to still I guess, gain the resources from their father, their uncle, whatever, whoever estate who wanted to leave it to their actual blood relative, whether or not if she was a woman. And they found a way how to do it so the son-in-laws wouldn't end up snatching everything, because that's another thing that a lot of people didn't want to talk about when it came down to arranged marriages. That's why they did a lot of what you would call it, like vetting, or the family did a lot of vetting when it was courting. It used to be a year to 2 year, even 3 year period of courting before they actually agreed to for you to marry this person, because you had to vet that family. A lot of those people back then, they will say that they come from great wealth and they have a great name, like their title of their family's legacy was great, but they would be broke, completely broke, squandered all their wealth and fortune. And you think you're marrying your daughter into wealth, when in fact they were just trying to garnish wealth from you or anyone through marriage. And then those people, if they was able to obtain that wealth through marriage, you know what they were used to do? They used to say that the woman was crazy and put her in an asylum, and then the court would allow the husband to go get another wife. So they used to do that. They'll say automatically she's crazy, something's wrong with her. Sometimes they used to beat her, and they would beat her to the point where she will become barren, and if she couldn't produce a male child or a child nonetheless, then she was looked at as not being a valuable woman, and which would allow him to go and get another mate while she's still in the president of the house. And she will actually be treated as a governess or a second wife, while the new mistress or whoever they married will be treated as like the first wife, even though they're living off her money. Like that, these things did happen back then. Let's see. He said, black is my primary, red is my secondary colors. Then of course I gotta go. Okay. Right. Let's see. Word Class says patriarchy doesn't exist in these United States. Oh my God. Go in the corner. Y'all couldn't own anything, but you couldn't be in debt either. Yeah, but that's not a flex. That's not a flex. Now look at the debt numbers. Look, the debt numbers is also include y'all too. Okay, it's not only just women, it's y'all too. Like y'all gonna create debt if y'all are using money that you don't have, trying to scale it up to make more money. That is how our system works. So y'all can't sit up here and blame debt on us. It's not like literally going to get your nails done or something like that is destroying the economy, sir. Like, please stop. Let's see. Death warrants taxes. Let's see. Roy said, MJ, you said both men and women should do their best they can in a relationship, but do you believe that majority of women should? Yes, I do believe that, Royce. I do believe that majority of women do have that sentiment. I'm not saying that there's women that don't, right? I'm not saying that there's not women that's selfish. There are. And there's a lot of men out here that's selfish. So, but I do believe that there are still men and women who should do their best. Let's see. DB says there were a lot of things women couldn't do without their husband, father, or some. Yes, exactly. And like I'm saying, they wasn't even able to do it anyway. Like most of the time, they wasn't even able to do it. They would take it over. Let's see. Renee says, we have superior talents. Why do you think we keep getting passed over? I hear that. Yup. Word Class said they caught it so she can say, I was shooting in the gym. Go sit in the quarter word class. Go sit in the quarter word class. You on timeout. You on timeout, sir. Let's see, Lana says, I think the debt is from credit cards and student loans. I'm sure the debt would still be there, but under the man's name. Yeah, I mean, definitely. I agree with that. Just because the woman wasn't producing babies on the man time clock, it was an excuse. Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? She was also getting pressured by the mom of the family, right? Because that was included, especially when it comes down to the royal family, right? Like a lot of people don't know that those royals or the children that was born into royal family, they had a lot of responsibilities and they were not happy individuals at all. A lot of people think that because of the amount of wealth that they had attached or associated with their last name, that these were people that have no care in the world. No, they had a lot of responsibility. You as a woman, let's say you was a princess or anything like that, or even a small queen of a small island that's going to be shipped off to a whole new island that you don't know nothing about, you don't know the language or whatever not. Now you're going to marry this person because you're supposed to be the queen of this new country. To solidify your life and to maintain being considered of royalty, you had to produce a heir. It had to be a male heir. Like that was a part of the contract of even getting married. So if you wasn't able to produce a heir or a male child, your neck was on the chopping block, especially when it comes down to European cultures back then. France, Spain, England, your neck was on the chopping block if you did not produce an heir. That was a part of the agreement of the marriage, that you were supposed to be fertile enough to produce an heir. So just think about the amount of weight that these young princesses and courtiers and all that stuff had on them, because you don't determine whether or not if you are going to produce a male child. That is the man's responsibility, because we know now men are responsible about the gender. So if you're marrying a prince or a king and he got the genes to produce girls and not boys, you was getting your head off with your head. And it wasn't even your fault. It was his. That's a crazy situation. They was under a lot of stress and a lot of responsibility that we don't give them credit for, because all we look at is all the shiny things and the gold and all that fluster. All right, let's see. Am I missing anything? Word class said throw a tantrum. All right, so let's see if I have anything else for you with this. Okay, so it says coverture was what Abigail Adams was talking about in her famous Remember the Ladies letter to John, written in the spring of 1776, as he and the Continental Congress was contemplating what an independent America would look like. Contrary to popular assumptions, she was not asking John for the vote or for what we would consider to be equal rights. Rather, when she advised, do not put such unlimited power into the hands of the husbands. Remember, all men would be tyrants if they could. Abigail was talking about the absolute power husbands held in coverture. Abigail even, what does that say? Obliquely referred to the shame of physical abuse when she proposed. Why then not put it out of the power of the vicious and the lawless to use us with cruelty and indignity with impunity? And that's very powerful that Abigail Adams said that back in 1776, because let these men tell you that, let them tell you, women was not complaining how the women of today was. You remember, we making it all up. But these women back then was telling you, hey, they were being abused. Hey, they was being taken advantage of. Hey, they wasn't being treated correctly. They're telling you out your own mouths, and that's dated back in 1776. So now we can just gloss over that rhetoric of, oh, I don't believe, or it was minuscule amount of women that wasn't being treated correctly back then. No, there was enough women who was being done wrong, and their abuser or their killer got away scot-free with no repercussions, with their wealth and everything. And this is why laws changes. This is why laws changes. So we can scratch all that. I know y'all don't want to hear it. I know, guys, I know, especially when you're like, hey, that's not me. I wouldn't do that to the woman I love. I know you can't fathom that, but you have to understand that not everybody is you. Not everybody is you, and not every girl or woman is going to have you either, or have your mindset. So you have to sometimes think outside of the box, and sometimes think about others' well-being, not only solely yourself. Let's see. Roy says, when I say y'all don't cut us a break, this is what I mean. You're saying men and including black men who had no power. But Royce, black men was doing this too, sir. There's no cutting a break from it. There's no cutting a break from that. I don't understand, like, what break do you want cut? There was black men who had no power in the government, but still had power in their home, that was abusing their wife who had no power whatsoever. She wasn't even on the register. Like, we can't do that. We cannot do that, sir. We can't. Hey, Cellulite, how you doing? Thank you for coming, sir. I appreciate you. Like, you got to understand, like, that happened, sir. Like, we cannot just skip over history. That happened. Men, black men, other races of men who did not have power was still abusing their women that they were able to obtain while them not having power. It's just history. It's history. And that doesn't mean every single last one of them. I would never say that was every single last one of them. But we do have to be honest about history, that this was something that was big enough. Women were being harmed or unalived, or their children was being taken away from them. Enough information, enough situations occur where the government decided that they had to take the law out. We have to acknowledge that, and we have to accept it. We have to accept the truth. That's just what the truth. It is what it is. So let's see. So John's reply dismissed her plea as a joke. He called it saucy, but in later correspondence with other lawmakers, he worried about the issue. If the American colonists had the right to rebel against their virtual representation in Parliament, why should women be virtually represented by men? But the issue was too thorny for the men of the time. And so, even as they created a shiny new machine of government with a constitution and modern systems of law on both the federal and state levels, they allowed the creaky pre-modern device of coverture to remain on the books. So what happened to coverture? The short answer is that it has been eroded bit by bit, but it has never been fully abolished. The ghost of coverture has always haunted women's lives and continues to do so. Coverture is why women weren't regularly allowed on juries until the 1960s. I'm going to read that again. Because of coverture, women weren't regularly allowed on juries until the 1960s. And marital rape wasn't a crime until 1980s. Today's women encounter coverture during real estate transactions, as I did in tax matters, and in myriad of other situations around employment and housing. Encounters with coverture can be serious, but often they are just puzzling annoyances. One more hoop to jump. Still, the remnants of coverture are holding us back in unsuspected ways. Only a few historians and attorneys have understood the impact. What to do? Well, it took a constitutional amendment to abolish slavery, and may well take such for free women from this vestige of the past. Educating the public about the meaning and impact of coverture will be a foundational role for the National Women's History Museum, and that is just for starters. So, as you can see, they said that women weren't even allowed to be on jurors back in 1960s, but then yet marital rape wasn't a crime until 1980s. So just think about all those cases that got thrown out the window during 1960s and the 1970s, and you wouldn't even allowed to have women on your jury if you was going into any case that had to do with marital rape and stuff like that. Imagine being a woman who had to deal with that in her marriage and had to face a jury full of men and it plead her case and them say, well, you wasn't raped. You're your husband's property. He has sexual access regardless. That was just sexual activity. Oh, he didn't abuse you. He didn't hit you. He disciplined you. You're his wife. He has the right to discipline you. So yes, I mean, your head hurt, but just take a painkiller, darling. Imagine that. Imagine what those women of the time had to deal with. Imagine what your grandmother had to deal with or your mother. Things that they might not even tell you about. And they won't tell you because we usually come from a community that we don't talk about things like this. We know things like this go on, just like the abuse of children, whether it's a young boy or young girl or whatever now with a family member and stuff like that. These are things that we are taught in our community that we don't talk about such things. This is taboo. This is going to make us look bad. And a lot of these people go unheard and hurt. And then we tell our victims, whether they're woman or child, male or boy, male child, we tell our victims that they need to just suck it up because it's the way of the world. They're just going to have to suck it up and deal with it. Very bad stuff, man. Very bad stuff. All right. So now I'm going to show you guys a video. I'm going to show you guys a video about, well, before I show you the video, because the video is a little bit more, it's a little bit more happy. But let's go look into another article about the history of romance from the Women's National Museum. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So it's the history of romance. So pretty much they're saying that they're giving and receiving of Valentine's or love tokens dates to medieval times, but the origins of the modern celebration lie in the 18th century with the rise of romantic marriage. So again, 1900s is when we started dating, but in the 1800s, that's when it started to think about marrying for love versus marrying for duty. That is the transition. So from 17th century, it was all about marrying for duty. You didn't know that sucker. He didn't know you. You was probably aligned to him by birth. He was aligned to you by birth. And then when y'all got to the proper age during that time for y'all to be actually to come together and solidify the marriage, that's what would happen. 1800s, they started to do romantic marriages. Now, what people don't realize is the reason why romantic marriages occur is that because during the time of 1700s, one of the duty purposes of it, you had to marry within your social status. There was no marrying the cook if you was from a prestigious family. There was no marrying the paper boy. There was not marrying the farmer unless you was a farmer's daughter yourself. Like, you had to marry within your status, and it had to be advantage of marrying. So you had to marry into wealth. It had to be of your level or actually even a little bit more. Other than that, it would not have been advantage for you to be married, and most likely your parents or whoever was your guardianship, they would decline you to marry that person. Well, here's the thing. During that time, there were men who was born of certain social status who ended up falling in love with women who was of wealth. And then vice versa. There were women who was born poor or born within a brothel and stuff, or they became an opera singer. And even though you might have been well known as an opera singer to the community, you were still most likely poor, just like an artist or a painter were back in that time. Even though their artwork is millions of dollars now, hundreds of thousands of dollars now, they were penniless back in that time because art was not paid the way how it's paid today. So you would be an artist or you would be an actor or whatever not, and you would perform, you would be in a brothel, whatever not. And men of wealth or women of wealth would fall in love with these people. But they would spend all their nice romantic rendezvous with each other, but they knew that they would never be accepted into their society. They knew that their family would never accept them. They would never be able to marry them. So it got to a point where men started to complain, and they were like, this is wrong. Just because I'm born of a particular social status, I should not be locked out of moving out of my social status by marriage. He didn't feel like it was fair that was only led to the person or people who was in the higher social class, where they can up their resources, grow their legacy. But if you was born a farmer, you have to stay a farmer, and then your kids got to be a farmer and stuff like that. They were tired of that. So they started to make complaints about it, saying that this is something that should be for anybody. If you're able to get the affection of a woman or a man of higher status, higher ranking than yourself, then you got what it takes. You got what it takes, and you should allow that to happen. So from that, there went to the romantic marriages. So that's when we started saying romance and the tingling feelings and you give me butterflies. All that started to be the reasons as into why we would even join union with each other. All right, and let's see if I have anybody else speaking. Let's see. So Roy said, Ray, I've been fighting for the underdog my whole life. I have hated bullies my whole life. I have stood up for oppressors my whole life. I'm trying to be the next Malcolm X, not an oppressor. Oh, okay. Well, keep it going. Keep it going. Just be you. Yeah, you don't have to mimic anybody. You being you is just enough. It's more than enough, sir. It's more than enough. Just be you. Let's see. All right. Wait. There we go. Okay. So it says, during the 18th century, society encouraged young people to select their marriage's partners based on their romantic attachments. This was decided change from past practices when marriages have been arranged to cement relationships between families or clans and to consolidate fortunes. Brides and grooms' feelings were not of paramount consideration. While love and respect might be a byproduct of marriage, young couples had not entered into marriage with that expectation. That changed in the 18th century. So this was a poem by Margaret Davenport Couture to John Couture. I guess she married him. So this was a love letter that she made to her husband. I'm not going to read that. I think that's kind of personal. But anyway, as expectations increased that marriage would be built on foundation of love rather than mutual economic interest, the way that partners were selected had to evolve. When parents stopped making the selection, prospective lovers needed to find one another and they determined the extent of mutual attraction. Courtship became a distinctive phase of partner selection and familiar rituals involved. Young women, perhaps more than young men, often enjoyed the process of courtship as it represented a time of freedom and choice. The selection of a husband was the most important decision a girl would make, but it was also the most autonomous. Courting empowered young women. They decided who to accept or reject, and some wielded their power ruthlessly. So pretty much they're just letting you know that in this process, that's when courtship came in. And when courtships came in, young women had the last decision. They had more control on who they would say yes and no to. This is when men were more in pursuit of women. They were more about showing their attributes to these women to be the one who's going to be the lucky one. Even during this time, women had rosters. Men don't like to hear about women having rosters now, but women had rosters back in the 18th century. When they were looking or for valuable suitors, there used to be at least 3 to 4 suitors, and they would go on dates, at least around 2 to 3 dates or 2 dates within a day. And then from a process of maybe a week or 2 weeks or so, whoever out of the suitors checked most of the list that the girl decided that was more valuable to be married to or had feelings with, then you had the whole long courtship to lead up to the marriage, right? And you have to also remember that these suitors were already picked out by her parents, because at this time there was still adult supervision, but they knew that they wanted their children to be happy. They were starting to see that their children were being miserable, and that's why they also included the romantic marriage, where they wanted them to try to feel their way into, well, do you like this person? Do you think you like this person? You think you can make it work with this person? It didn't happen with everyone, but some parents did take that into consideration. Let's see. Hey, Blue Jay, how you doing, sweetheart? Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. Let's see. MJ, the woman you was just quoting earlier said all men, if given the opportunity, will become a tyrant. Do you agree? I think that most men will definitely do what's best for them. But I believe that with most women and men now. I believe that with everyone. If you leave people to their, to their own thoughts and things of that sort like that. They're going to do what's best for them at the end of the day. And that's not necessarily a negative, but it's just that at the end of the day, that will come priority before anything else. So in that statement, she's talking about the men of that time. The men of that time, she believes that they were all tyrants, and that if they had sole power, what would stop them for doing things that are not well, I would say that is not moral. What would stop them from doing things that are moral, that are not moral, if there is no consequences, there is no judgment, there is no sitting in front of anyone. Like even the woman's parents at that time, or her father at that time, he wasn't able to go and grab his daughter back from whoever he allowed to marry him. Once it was signed as a contract, that woman or that girl belonged to that man. Her family had no claim over her anymore, specifically legal document. So yeah. Oh yeah, thank you. I really do appreciate you coming. I really do. I'm glad you was able to finally catch the show. I normally don't have to. I don't normally have days off. I'm always working all the time, so I'm kind of happy that today I got off, and I was like, you know what? Let me go do a live or something. Like, what's good? What's good? All right, let's see. So this is another love letter. I'm not reading. Courtship requires that prospective lovers reveal their feelings, and that they do so more creatively and sincerely than their competitors. Engaging Valentine's became a popular way to express those feelings. A popular 18th century Valentine form was a homemade love letter puzzle. The writer intricately folded the paper, writing a different sentiment in each section. As the beloved unfolded the Valentine, her lover's feelings were revealed. Many were sentimentally preserved and reside in the museum collections today. So this is a reproduction love letter Valentine. So this is how it looked back in the day, 18th century. Wow. Do y'all remember that? That reminds me of the thing that we used to do in school, and it's like the MASH thing. Like that's what it reminds me of. So let's see. 19th century romance involves. So romance blossomed in 19th century American culture. Both men and women were encouraged to express their most intimate thoughts in letters. High literacy rates and a reliable postal service facilitated romantic communication. Letter writing culture flourished. Letter writing manuals provided sample love letter language for those who are not naturally adept to self-expression. Or lovers could quote their favorite poets, drawing from an abundance of romantic literature. Elizabeth Barrett published the love poem she composed to her future husband, Robert Browning, at his instance after overcoming her reluctance to share their intimate correspondence. So pretty much, we had high literacy rates through the roof back then because we were really into writing our feelings. We emotional expression. We were using the post office for romantic communication. So yeah, I mean that's kind of crazy because even now, if we really look at it, when it comes down to dating now, people don't even know how to speak to each other now. Like face to face, they can't even speak to each other. So, and we know about our literacy rate. Lord, rest in peace. Rest in peace to our literacy rate in this country. He was a good fellow. Tag. Tag. Let's see. Okay, so hi, I never seen you before, but thank you for coming, Big Cap. He said they were using origami for love letters, and now we can't even. Yeah, right. We can't even buy Hallmark cards. Right? It got we got bad. Rest in peace to us, man. Woo, Lord. Let's see. My first husband and I used to write each other letters and poems, even throughout the 11 years. I thought everyone did that, but I was, oh, yeah, no. That is for very like impassionate people. Like you had some real like deep thought and deep love with your husband, Blue Jay, and that's why that was something that y'all had done for each other. That's cute. Yeah, not a lot of people like that. A lot of people just smashing. A lot of people just smashing Blue Jay. I'm sorry. Even the way how people even consider romance today is completely different than it was back then. So, hi Josh. I haven't seen you in a long, long time. Thank you for coming, sir. I appreciate you. Yeah. Let's see. Jalen said, yes, MJ. They don't even know how. Yeah, they can't even. You see how they text now? Ooh, if they like, can you say that they got dyslexia? Like what is going on? They text like they the the cat. Y'all remember that meme? The cat who's on the keyboard. That's how they text us. Yeah, it is definitely Blue Jay. Yeah, I love writing too. Absolutely. I love writing too, Renee. Yes. Yeah, it is definitely more materialism. Yeah, definitely. It's fake. It really is fake because it doesn't, like I said, the dating scene or taking someone out to dates, handing candy or flowers and stuff like that, that didn't even fall into line until the 1900s. That didn't even fall into line until the 1900s. So like like a lot of this materialist stuff don't mean a damn thing. It really don't. Let's see. Flora says romance today to these dudes is dust. Flora, go in the corner. Go in the corner. Go in the corner, Flora. Go in the corner. Yes, it is. Dusty dick and dinner. I know, absolutely. You're right. It is. Yeah, man. It's because everything is sex based. Like that's where I'm trying to show you guys the transition of us dating and getting together, marriage and all this stuff is at least sex based before anything else. That's why everything we do now today is revolved around sex. Everything. Any form of interaction amongst the other opposite sex is all a form around sex. It's one of the reasons why men believe today that they cannot even actually be friends with women if it's not about sex. It's really crazy. It's really insane. Yeah, Hassan. Yeah, I see you laughing. So he said, "You better take this one letter." Not you take this one letter text in my heart. It's coming from the heart. Oh my god, that's funny. I know. Take a phone, right? I know. Oh, work-wise, he can come out the corner now. His timeout is over. His timeout is over. Oh God, Lord, that is too funny. That's oh, you've been super busy, Josh. Okay, no problem. But look, that's what you need to do. Stay busy. Listen, even if I don't see you, I wish you well, sir. So like do what you gotta do. I'm glad that you're keeping busy and everything's going good, sir. He said, sorry not to yeah, I don't know. Like, let's see. it said, well, my partner is cut from, yeah, I know it's Jalen, your partner is cut from a different cloth. And like, it's not even that. It's just like, that's where you get to the point where you actually, no, I did not leave you in the corner to ride. You can come out the corner. I said you can come out the corner a long time ago. But that's the problem. That's why we are having these also having these memes and stuff out here where women are actually saying how men are showing up. When women are seeing men, they're showing up as they don't like women. They don't like women. They don't like anything about women. They don't like the conversation with women. They're doing it just because they have to do that to get sex. They don't like taking women out and having a good time out eating or experiencing something or going to the movies. They don't really want to do that. They just doing that because they want to fuck. There are men out here saying that, they don't even like getting dressed up. They don't like cutting their hair, looking good or looking, groomed. They don't do any of that. They say they do it because they do it for women because that's what women want. So and that's how they can get access. So it's like, if everything that you're saying why you do for women or when you spend time with women and stuff like that is solely because you want access and you want sex, then we all know when it comes down to men, y'all can have sex with anything and anyone. So we know that sex doesn't equate love. So if you don't value or appreciate anything else, that's why women will say, yeah, y'all don't really like women. Y'all don't like women at all. Y'all like your friends. Y'all like your male friends. You're more connected with your male friends than you will ever be with your female friend or your female counterpart. They understand you on a different level that we will never understand you. And you lead with the sexual part. I'm not saying all world class. Don't make me put you in a corner. You know that we are never ever saying all over here. It's never all. It's just this is more than enough men or women see this, that we know that we can point it out and see that this is what some people are starting to think. Blue says that means after they have you, they'll become slobs. That's crazy. Yeah. Don't you start with me. Don't you dare start with me, Mr. World Class. How dare you? Go in the corner. Go in the corner. Nope. How dare you? All right, let's see what else they have. So that was a letter. That's how they look. And they also was able to take out letters in the newspaper about their writings and stuff like that. So this is from 1839. It's the Fashionable American Letter Writer, or the Art of Polite Correspondence, containing a variety of plain and elegant letters on business, love, courtship, marriage, relationships, and friendships. So I think this is where they also got it from the show. What is that show again? What is it called? That Victorian show that everybody like? What's the name of it? Oh my, Bridgerton. How we had Mrs. Whistleblower, and how she would write correspondence, which was like a news article that everybody would wait by the end of the week to know all the juicy topics and stuff like that that's going on in the township and stuff. That's what they were doing. It says more casual lovers, those of less intimate acquaintance, were able to purchase ready-made Valentines in the mid-19th century. The first commercial Valentines sold in the United States were produced by Mount Holyoke graduate Esther Howland. Following her college graduation in 1847, Howland began to produce and sell fancy paper Valentines. In 1850, she expanded her operation, hiring local women to craft elaborate creations with ribbon, glitter, and paper lace in assembly line fashion. Howland ran her New England Valentine Company until 1881, when she sold it to George C. Whitney Company, headed by one of her former employees. The New England Valentine Company had annual gross sales of $100,000 at the end, demonstrating that romance could turn a profit. So that's 1907. That's the postcard Valentine. So now we have securing a mate. Throughout the 19th century, middle and upper class married women were idolized for their role as mother and helpmates, whereas earlier generation recognized women as making economic contributions to the household and family businesses. 19th century social conventions diminished their role. Instead, their part often called the cult of domestic, what is it called? Cult of domesticacy was to create a pleasant and restorative environment for their husbands while raising children to be contributing citizens. When households began to be constituted as a breadwinner husband and a homemaker wife, the practical advantages of marriage, such as the wife's ability to economically manage a household, were minimized. While romantic love flourished, there was an increasing idealization of women as mothers and wives. Women's eligibility for marriage became increasingly tied to their appearance and social ability. Though wealth and familiar connections remain important factors to the prospective partners, men took the lead in partner selection, choosing which woman to pursue while women waited to be selected. There was an expectation that everyone would eventually marry, both men and women, but men were expected also to establish a career and a public persona. For women, becoming a wife and mother was an achievement to aspire to. Therefore, women were discouraged from participating in activities that might make them less suited to marriage, such as higher education. Society was furthermore suspicious of women who did not marry, often characterizing them as deviants or old maids and limiting their options. So if you did not marry or you wasn't picked by men to be married, then something was wrong with you. And they would shun you, ostracize you within the community or the township, or you would have to take jobs of a governess or a teacher or a nursemaid or a cook, because you wasn't able to obtain a man to take care of you. So women who wasn't able to get married or wasn't a part of the selective process, they were pretty much left to fend for themselves in a society where women couldn't fend for themselves. Hence why we had prostitution as one of the oldest professions in the world. Modern romance. While romance remains a prime consideration in partner selection for the 21st century women, the interest in selecting a partner has waned in 2006, the Pew Trust found that only 16% of uncoupled Americans were actively looking for a partner. And when they are searching for love, marriage is not necessarily the romantic goal. In 2012, 23% of American men and 17% of women over the age of 25 had never married. doubling from 1890, when 11% of men and 8% of women had never married. While marriage rates are down, cohabitation for unmarried men and women has increased. About a quarter, 24%, of never married young adults ages 25 to 34 lived with a partner in 2015. Social scientists have explored factors contributing to a decline in the marriage rate. They point to shifting public attitudes towards cohabitation, increasing acceptance of singledom, difficult economic times, and women's increased economic independence. Romantic love in modern times have a different feel when women no longer see marriage as an end goal, but rather a partnership between equals. So, as I said before, and I can stop sharing my screen. As I said before, this is both of everybody's fault. This is men and women's fault, right? Yes, women will have to think differently. When women gain more independence and autonomous, now they didn't have to rush and push themselves. So that's another thing too. Because when I said from 1940s and 1950s, there was a big push for marriage. There wasn't a lot of men. A lot of men died in war. So then instead of men pursuing women and women were just waiting, women had it flipped, and women had to do whatever they needed to do to solidify a marriage and a mate during the 1940s and 1950s. Hence where the pick-me mentality came from. That's where the pick-me mentality came from. When there's a scarcity of men, that's where a fear that is put into women about their solidifying, having a marriage, solidifying resources, wealth, and stuff like that, that will put women in a situation where they're competing for men. But as you see, originally it was always men pursuing women, and they chose who their suitor was, and whoever decided to agree to be with that person, they went on from there. Let me look at these other messages. I'm gonna turn my camera off just for a little bit, but I'm still here. Let's see. So Renee said, Encyclopedia Britannica had all this stuff. Grandma bought me the whole collection. Yeah, I love it. I love Encyclopedia Britannica. That was like one of my favorites. Yep. Blue Jay said, I didn't realize it has shifted. I thought it was always the old-fashioned way until recently. Yeah, no, it shifted. It was a whole complete shift. And I do have a video, Blue Jay. I have a video for that. All right, Miss Jalen said, I had to read them during the summer. Wasn't no such thing as right, exactly. You had to read some type of book, and I did the same thing with my son. Like, you had to have some type of book, boy. Like, you're gonna have to read something. They ain't gonna just be like, oh, I'm just gonna go sleep, whatever. Not. No, you gotta read something. At least read something. All right, so now I have a video for you guys. So let me get everything up. First thing I'm going to do is get up the fair use, pull up the fair use. And I have a video for you guys. So let's go. And pretty much it's just pretty much going over everything that we was talking about.
Over the last 100 years, women have made great advancements in our education, our careers, and we are more empowered than ever to choose who we date and how. Here's a look at how dating has evolved over the last 100 years. We'll begin in the 1920s because, let's face it, before then, it was pretty much a blur of arranged marriages. What a drag. Higher demand for mass production of the automobile in the 20s gave way to a new kind of freedom. Singles could meet outside the household in social settings. It was a magical time because dating finally became, well, fun. The cultural shift in the 1930s turned courtship into a popularity game. The more men that asked you out, the more popular you were. And the more popular you were, the more men asked you out. It wasn't uncommon to have 2 or 3 dates in a single day. This was the case until a small, itty-bitty problem disrupted the more the merrier mentality when it came to dating. World War II. Okay, fine. It was a big problem. Young men were drafted to fight in the war in large numbers, causing a huge shortage of eligible bachelors. Once the war ended in 1945, men came home and marriage rates soared, leading to the baby boomer generation. Throughout the 1950s, dating became more exclusive, and thus the term going steady was born. The 1960s was revolutionary when the first female oral contraceptive was approved by the FDA. You can imagine how that shifted dating in society and women's ability to plan when she would have a baby, if that's what she wanted. Fast forward to the 1970s when rock and roll gave way for the hippie culture. The concept of free love and premarital sex was no longer taboo. In fact, sex was the driving factor to decide whether or not someone would date you long term. No pressure. The hookup culture, as it was later coined, continued into the 1980s, as less people were arranging formal dates and more people were sleeping together. In 1981, the AIDS epidemic first emerged in the US, forever changing the social climate and forcing conversations about sexuality. It wasn't until years later that treatments for the virus were developed and fear began to subside. With the advancement of new technology in the 1990s, you didn't have to date someone in your immediate circle anymore. The World Wide Web introduced you to people in other regions of your city, state, and beyond. In 1998, the movie You've Got Mail was released, and it was the first film of its kind centered around online dating. The idea that you could search widely before selecting a partner became the norm. In the early 2000s, the smartphone revolution took hold, adding a whole new level of courtship and convenience. Looking for love? There's an app for that. In 2012, the height of mobile app use for dating culminated with a staggering 40 million users globally. The convenience of video chat took things to a whole other level. Rather than just a phone call, now you could connect on a deeper level by seeing your boo on camera and picking up on their nonverbal cues. We've come a long way, and our courtship rituals have changed and evolved. Today, we live in an era with less rules and expectations than ever before. We celebrate having freedom of choice in our careers, our relationships, and our sexuality. Seeking arrangement celebrates individualism and encourages open and honest relationships on your terms. Here is to empowered women everywhere who have more say in how they date than ever before. We no longer have to rely on chance or random encounters, and that is something to celebrate.
All right. So that was the whole breakdown of everything that we went through. So now we went through the whole history of dating. We found out how exactly we got to the state that we are in today, and why is a lot of decline when it comes down to marriage, why there is a lot of stake in hand by promoting sexuality, not necessarily only on just women, but also on men too. And we can see why now marriage is not the goal for most, and why birth rates are also going down as well. So let's see. Let me look at some of these chats first. Let's see. Oh, that was to Miss Jalen. Okay, yeah, I read that already. So Blue Jay says, yep, we had the encyclopedia and that wow animal collection in the 3 ring. Yes, but come on, like the National Geographic is the bomb. I watched that. I used to watch that in the middle of the night and stuff like that. And you learn so much about all these animals and the things that they do. I just thought it was so cool. I thought it was so cool. Let's see. She also says the 20s and the 30s would have been so fun. Yes, they would have, wouldn't it? They look like they had a good time. And it looks very genuine too, because they didn't have that type of free time before. They always had to study, and the young men used to always have to hurry up and try to find some type of profession and make their mark in the world. So when it came down to arranged marriages and things that I saw, like they didn't ever really get to meet this person. A lot of times they were very unhappy in their marriages, which will also lead to the men to have outside arrangements, sexual arrangements with other women and stuff like that. And we all know that if a woman, we know women did it too, but women would have to deal with harsher consequences if found out. Whereas if she was a wife and she was found out to cheat on her husband, he can divorce her, she can lose her kids, she will lose her wealth, she would lose everything. She would just become a pauper on the street, and that was it. And on top of that, she wouldn't even be able to go home. It's not like she was able to go home. There was no home for her anymore because she was property. Let's see. So I think the 20s and the 30s would have been real fun. The roaring times, that's when we actually started to hit the dating scene. That's when they started creating the bars. That's where prohibition starts. So now if we look at it, everything starts making sense. Why they had prohibition, why they had undercover nightclubs, why they had what it called speakeasies and all the stuff like that. Why they had those things, because this was also a part of our mating ritual when it came down to now exploring, getting to know somebody, dating, and communicating with them without supervision, without parental supervision, or a grandmother or somebody sitting up there with the ruler like this. So you better not kiss you better not don't touch her hand like that, like. So it was something very new and fresh. So it was very exciting, invigorating for the people at this time. Blue Jay said, thank God for birth control. Thank God for birth control. Yes, absolutely. So let's see. Renee said, and now they want to take birth. Yeah. Yeah, but we all know why they want to do that. It's the particular people that's in government right now. They're looking and they're depending on making sure that our country has a certain amount of people going forward, period. Right? And they're also building new businesses and stuff like that, where we still going to have people, even though we're going technology based in this country with a lot of stuff, we are still going to have people to do manual labor. Like, that's not going to go away, right? When it comes down to crude oils and all that stuff like that, you need manual people. There's only but so much a computer can do, and but so much that it will be safe for us to have a computer to have that type of power over things. So you're going to want to have human beings, right? So let's see. Blue Jay says, I can't stand when men blame birth control for promiscuity and when it benefits married women the most, since they have more sex and endure forced pregnancy for centuries. Yeah, not only that, right? A lot of the times, the reason why, and I don't think nobody know, but the reason why birth control was actually approved by the government had nothing to do with women. It was because of a married couple. Did anybody know that? Put a 1 in the chat if you knew that it was for a married couple. There was a married couple that was having a lot of children, up to I think there was up to 6, 7 children, but his financial income was not enough for them to continue to have children. And then when they started to have the test run of letting know that there will be a birth control, he and his wife believed that this was something that should have been an option for married couples, that they should have a say-so on how many children they're producing, right? And then the Lord thought about it and was like, you know what, you're right. Y'all should have the decision to decide whether or not how many children you will have in your household, how many children you will have a part of your legacy. And we also want to maintain the fact that y'all still have a healthy sexual relationship in your marriage. That's how we actually got it approved. We got it approved from a married couple. Birth control was really for a married couple because single people at that time was not supposed to be having sex at all. Let's see. Hi, Simon. Let's see. I still watch the channel on YouTube. It's so, yeah, absolutely. The way they dress. Yeah, I love the way how they dress back then. That is like, that's my style. Like 1940s, 1950s structured dresses and stuff like that. That's my style for real. Petticoats and stuff, loved it. She said, I played June's Journey to the Story Comes from the 1920s. Yes, exactly. Blue Jays, Speakeasy, Flappers, Big Band. Yes. And you know what? We still actually have them here. There are still speakeasies in New York. There's still underground nightclubs in New York that have been around from the 1920s. So it's really great if y'all ever do come to New York, come to Manhattan, go and look for these speakeasies and stuff like that. This is literally historic, places. Let's see. Oh, Lord. Here we go. And see the bob cut with the bangs and the pearls. They were. Come on. Like, you can't tell. Yes, absolutely, Blue Jay. We see, I know. We here. Let's see. Yes, we do need people. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Young Reyes. Hi. Thank you for coming, sir. Appreciate you. Let's see. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Young Reyes. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing me out, sir. Yes, please, everybody, just hit the like, comment, and subscribe if you want to, support. If you see down on the bottom, my Cash App is there. If you want to support, you don't have to. But I'm just saying that definitely please like, comment, and subscribe. I am trying to build this channel so we can have more good fun talks and conversations, and we can bring history and entertainment together. That's where I'm really trying to push this channel to. Let's see. Oh, hi, Chakra. How you doing, ma'am? How you doing? She said, I believe AI will do the manual work. You know what's so funny? They said that in 2075, they said at this point we won't even have to worry about hooking up. They're going to have machines that is going to literally select individuals for us. Everything. They're going to take everything that we put in the system, our DNA, all that stuff, what illnesses we have, what hidden illnesses that we have, all that stuff like that. And they're going to literally put it in a system, and a machine is going to actually basically build the person that we're supposed to be with, vice versa. That's what they said. I seen a video on it. It drove me. I said, oh my God. I was like, so if that was the case, what was the problem of parents picking out your mates then if you're going to let a doggone machine do it? I thought that was kind of crazy, man. Let's just let the parents do it. Let's see. I read black men wanted to have so many babies back then because they wanted to build an army to take over the God. What? Dang. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. That's my fashion choice because I'm in my 20s. Ah, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I wasn't, like I said, I really do prefer the time when I wasn't even born. Like that clothing is actually my style. I think I should have been born back then. I don't think I should have been born in the year that I was born in. I think I would have flourished there. And then I would have dropped, if I had to, throw some bows and whatever. Hey, Rob Money, how you doing? Thank you for coming. Appreciate you. Let's see. Conversation with MJ. The only day I dress traditional Pakistani is on Eid because it's a special. Yeah, I know about Eid. Yeah, I understand that. Today is a Jewish holiday today. Let's see. Conversations with MJ. Every other day I dress normal clothes. Yeah, you know what? Casual clothes has been the norm now. It's the go-to thing now. Like even before back in the days, 60s, even 60s, actually grandma, right? 60s and 70s. There was a certain way that you had to dress, right? Like everybody had a button down, everybody had a petticoat, everybody had a sweater, everybody had structured clothing, whether if it was a structured dress or skirt, right? That's why we have the A slip skirts, we have the puffy skirts and stuff like that. Like there was a certain go-to daily clothes that we all wear, and it's going to change. It's always going to change throughout history. Right now the trend for the past like 20 years, 30 years has been very casual clothing. It's been about comfortability. It's been about more, being a little bit more risky or more, showing everything, whatever, not graphic designs. Definitely we express our I would say our identity or our character. We express a lot about ourselves within our clothes now. Let's see. Oh, thank you so much, Chakra. I appreciate you. Thank you. Let's see. Mel says, loving the direction you choose for your channel, MJ. I love learning about history. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, Mel. Thank you. I just want to do a little something different. I love history. I love reading. And even though I'm be messing up on my words sometimes, don't judge me. But I really do enjoy when it comes down to learning and researching and things of that. So like that is like my go-to thing. I do that just as much as I do all my regular chores and duties and stuff like that. Like I'm constantly just trying to learn something new. Simon Hector says anthropology is my thing. Okay, that's good. And say Renee says they've been collecting. Some knew, some didn't. Ray Midnight said AI can't collect the intangibles. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You're right about that. Jalen says that happened in the movie Into the Butterfly. Yeah. Yeah, they do have a lot of movies that they're referencing about what they're trying to do in regards of when it comes down to dating and mating. I forgot the name of that movie, but it was a movie with Kristen Stewart and another well-known male actor, and it was supposed to be dated in the future, and they supposed to get together and stuff like that. And the way how they did it, where they had the look in this like screen, this virtual screen and 4D screen and pinpoint, pick this and whatever now, and they had them in like in a cocoon and stuff like that. It was crazy. I forgot the name of that movie. I gotta find out what it is. So, conversation with MJ. I am cool with my mother deciding my future wife, but I can give her some specific details. Yeah, absolutely right. Why not? Shoot. Simon, okay, so genealogy. Oh yeah, I did a lot of genealogy too, Blue Jay. I'm into that as well. Computers are going to crash in the worst way. Yeah. Well, I would just say, like, the best thing that we could do is technology is the future, guys. Technology is the future. But what we need to do, we need to still maintain as human beings how to do things. Meaning, as we still need to know how to tie our shoes. We still need to know how to prepare a meal. We still need to know how to hunt. We still need to know how to fish. We still need to know how to create clean water or what to look for. If you see certain plants that might be poisonous, don't touch it. Like there's things that we should not give up. We can let technology lead the way, but we do need the gatekeepers who are into these natural basic things that we have learned to actually survive. We have to continue these skills. We cannot give them up. We will be done if we don't have anybody that knows how to do these things. We'll be finished. Because after the point, like if we get into the point where kids don't even know how to tie their shoes, then they don't know how to put on their shoes correctly. Like we have to keep up things. We really do. We just have to keep up some things. Some things are not meant to disappear. Let's say Young Reyes says, I love the UK hip hop fashion. Yeah, it's good. It definitely is good. I like it too. It's cool. Oh, hi, lipstick, plastic spoon. How you doing? Let's see. Yeah, I love history. I really do. You learn a lot, and you also learn a lot about yourself too. Mel says, I remember when Taz was doing the history. He still does the history. Mel, he still does it. He's still here. I'll drop the link. I'll like when I get a chance, I'll drop the link for his 2 channels so you can still keep up with the stuff that he does. He still reports on the news. He still does everything that he does. Let's see. He said, my ancestry is Persian. Oh, okay, cool. You know what mine is, Reyes? I have a lot in my genealogy. Okay. I got Asian, I got Coptic, Egyptian, of course, African, and Sub-Saharan African, and Native American, and of course English. All right, so like there's a lot. So oh, you need his new channel too? Okay, I'll put that in. All right, so yeah, so this is like pretty much that was all the information. I literally like have a good night, Reyes, if you're leaving. And have a good night, Simon, if you're leaving. Yeah, we do. We have a lot of ancestors. We do. A lot. It's crazy. Definitely crazy. There's a lot of ancestors from everywhere and all that stuff under the sun. So I mean, like I said, genealogy is good. It's good. It's nice to know. It's cool, you know. Just opens up a lot of doors and stuff like that, and you can go figure that out. You can go, go to places where your ancestors walked, you know what I'm saying, or where they resided at that particular time. It just gets you to just connect, and then you realize that you're connected to so many places around the world that you really thought that you didn't have a connection to. What do you mean drop the link? Where are you going? I don't want to drop the link. Well, it actually is the time to drop the link. So if anybody want to come up and have a conversation with what the topic was about, y'all can come up and talk with me. Like I said, I have some time. If not, I'll let y'all go and y'all can go do y'all thing. And say, Blue Jay said, that's why I can't get with these bloodline-based faces. Yeah, I mean, it's just a social construct, really, Blue Jay. You know how it goes, right? Everybody want to feel special, and when you tend to sometimes when you want to separate or, you know, pinpoint when you feel special, that's it comes off as, you know, I'm better than you. And it's unfortunate it happens that way. But, you know, being different is unique. And then being together or similar in so many ways is also beautiful too. We don't have to just be different to be unique. Oh, okay. She said, I'm trimming my hair, then got a shower. I love to join. Oh, don't worry, sweetheart. That's the appreciate you. You do what you gotta do. You gotta get fly. You gotta stay fly, girl. You got to stay fly. So go ahead. You gotta trim them. Go ahead, girl. I know about staying fly. I get it. It's hard and it get harder when you get older, but it is what it is. So what do y'all think about it? Like, write in the chat, even if you're not comfortable to come up. What do you think about all the history behind dating? And why I believe that if we're saying dating sucks, it sucks because it's because of both of us, right? Men and women. One side is not far worse than the other. And for it to work, it's really going to take more effort on both parts, right? Like, for example, we're all going to have to sacrifice. We're all going to have to sacrifice to make this work. I'm just going to keep it 100. We're going to have to sacrifice. We're going to have to sacrifice. And if we're not willing to sacrifice and take a little bit less than what we would get, then it's not going to work. It's not going to work. As at the end of the day, sexual liberation for women, I'm for sexual liberation for women. However, I think that we got to be a little bit more controlled with that. So I'm definitely in agreement with the men, because when I was reading some of the articles about it, how they said that the sexual liberation, in fact, even though it benefited us when it came down to autonomy and stuff, but it put us in a far more vulnerable position while still maintaining a patriarchy. I can understand why. Because that you being sexually liberated in a patriarchy is not going to be a benefit for women. You're going to literally be used, and then if you're used or you're utilized, then you're going to be thrown away. If you cannot sustain a marriage or a relationship, you're going to be the look over woman, right? And then we know that patriarchy does not respect women growing old. Patriarchy don't respect women growing old. Like, you're not supposed to be attractive. You're not supposed to be beautiful when you get older as a woman. You're supposed to be renowned. You're supposed to be full of wisdom, respect, and stuff like that. That doesn't scream sexy or nothing. So in some parts I'm in some truths about that, but like I said, there's certain things that men gonna have to give up too. Simon, can you just turn on your camera just for 1 second, and then you can cut it back off so I can bring you up? Simon, you gotta just turn on your camera just for a second. 1 second. I can't bring you up until you turn on your camera, Simon. All right, well, until you want to, I'm gonna continue on. So yeah, I understand what you're saying, Jalen, but yeah, it's literally hurting our self-esteem though. It's hurting our self-esteem though, because we're being spread too thin. We're being spread too thin, and it has not been a benefit for us. It hasn't. But we also know that being tied down to somebody that you don't want to be with, or they're hurting you and harming you, haven't been a benefit for us either. So I just feel we have to have like some type of balance, right? And that's why I also say that it has to be balanced on men's part as well, because men have to make it, has to continue to make it worthwhile for women to join with them. It's not, they have to make it worthwhile. If they're not making it worthwhile, more women are going to just say, I will just be happy by myself and enjoy a good life, go out. If I have to continue to make more money to do the things I want to do, purchase the things that I want to purchase and all the stuff like that, then so be it. That's what's going to happen. So I think that it has to definitely be Cam's block. Your Cam's block? Hold on. All right. Can you talk for me? Can you talk? Simon? Is your mic working? Is your mic working? Can you hear me? I don't think it's Yeah, you have to give it permission, Simon. So come back up. Come in and come back up and give your stuff permission. I'll put you down for now. Come back up. So let's see what some people are saying. Good old Royce. He said, I think it's because people are still insecure about sex despite outwardly being sexual. You know what? I think that that's absolutely true. And that's very profound for you to say that. I do think that men and women are still very, very, very insecure about sex and very insecure about their sexual proudness or being acceptable to whoever they're interested in, even though they're doing the most outlandish thing, like you said, to make themselves seem sexy, feel sexy, and all the stuff like that. But in a way, you are correct, because sometimes the people that, when they say that women are who are dressing highly, highly sexual, I'm not trying to say like you can't be sexy, but I mean really, really sexual to the point where your clothes mimic a person who might be in the sex industry. You would ask, why would a person do that? Most people would think that that woman is she has low self-esteem about her body or what she else offers. So she has to put it up there as this is this is the best. Look what you're getting. This is the best. So sometimes it's looked at as a form of insecurity. So yeah, I can understand that. Big Cat says we can give up a lot of things aside. Look, you're going to have to give up, and you can't just do no one letter text response, Big Cat. Like, that is a no-go. That's a no. You're gonna have to write, okay? You're gonna have to write a whole dissertation, okay? You need a full synopsis of your feelings and your opinions. That's just what's gonna happen. Simon, can you hear me? Let's see. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I could. How you doing, sir?
I'm okay. This restream stuff's different, man.
It is different. But I enjoy it better. I like the platform. I think it's easier than StreamYard.
Okay. It's kind of interesting. Well, thank you for having me. At least you can hear me right now.
Yeah.
It took a minute. I'm sorry.
No problem. How can I help you tonight, sir?
What are you talking about? You was talking about dating?
Yeah, we was actually going over the history of dating. So
Okay.
dating only been around for 100 years.
Where did you get that from?
The actual Women National Museum.
So, all right. So that's your premise, the Women's National Museum?
It's a lot of research and documentation that said that dating only been around for 100 years. 100 years. Dating is a new concept. You know, we come from the era of what is it called? Coverture. So coverture was around from 17th century, 18th century.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where we're originally from, where the parents would decide who the children will marry. So when it comes down to dating, what actual dating and courtship is, it didn't start into the 1900s.
Okay, that kind of makes sense to an extent because yeah. Now that you said it, it's almost like females were commodities back then, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
So coverture was something that is a new age thing, which came in with the feminist movement, which is about I'd say, as you said, like about 100 years ago. Um, that was the only point that females actually had some rights to actually be dating in the first place, right?
Well, I would say in the 19 well, I'll start from this. So 1800s they started looking at romantic marriages. So even though they still was having supervised marriages between the parents to decide who to mate, they was allowing the suitors to come to the daughter's home and spend time in the parlor and have conversation, but it was just well supervised because they were allowing for romance to be involved with marriages. Romance was never involved in marriages before. They didn't care less if the woman didn't want to marry him or the man didn't want to marry her, whether they found themselves attracted to each other. They didn't care about any of that. So it started with romantic marriages being introduced in 18th century. And then in the 19th century, that's when actual courting and dating happened because now it was unsupervised. And it started because we started bringing automobiles. So actually creating automobiles in the 1920s led to the dating scene where you would take a girl to the park, you would take a girl to the movie, you would take the girl to the restaurant.
Hmm. Okay, so what's your comparison? Do you think things have changed? You think dating is relevant? Because I don't date personally.
Mm,
Um,
mm.
so I don't really get dating. But
Okay.
what's your stance?
Well, I think that dating has definitely changed, right? Because even when I was going through the actual history, breaking it down by decade and decade, during the 1940s and 1950s, since we was in war, there weren't a lot of men. So at that time, instead of women having numerous of suitors that was happening during the 1920s, it changed completely the opposite where women was competing for men because they wasn't guaranteed to have one due to losing so many men in war. Then we went from the 1960s to 70s where we had the whole liberation, free love, Woodstock and all that stuff where dating wasn't necessarily about finding your one true mate to marriage, it was more about sexuality. So that's when sexuality came into play, and then ever since then we have led with dating, we have led with sex. That's why everything that we do is surrounded about sex. Any kind of interaction with male and women is always evolved around sex now. And the government also realized that sex was very profitable at that time too. So that's why they also help galvanize people to be more open with their autonomy and things of that sort. Do I think me personally, I think that we have to find a balance again. I think that we went too far. We put sex at the forefront. And I think that we need to remove that back, go back to some things that were more beneficial, that proved to be more beneficial to us in the long run when it came down to family and creating children and keeping the population up. We're going to have to do something because even though we're both men and women are more sexually free than we ever been before, we are now having lower birth rates and we're also having lower marriage rates.
Hmm. Okay, so do you date?
No, I don't date no more. I was in a relationship and now I'm just chilling.
Okay. So when you did date, what was your sort of understanding of dating? Like, what was you trying to get out of it, if anything?
Oh, so when I was dating with purpose. So I was dating for marriage.
Okay. So
Mm,
do you think most people date for marriage?
no. I think there is an idea that is a idea that's definitely coming back, right? To date with purpose, date with an intention, but we still have the remnants of dating just to have fun
So
and
what's fun?
the
Do you
experience.
think? Do you think people? This is the thing. This is why I don't date, because I think people get this twisted. Like in terms of what's up, no cat. Like I think people get this stuff twisted in terms of having fun versus sexuality.
Mm. Can you
Because
elaborate a little bit more?
well, because the thing is if you've ever been in a relationship, if you're actually grown adult, like you're mature, you know
Hmm.
where that leads. Okay, it either leads to a couple of things. It leads to children, or it could lead to like marriage,
Mm.
or it will lead to drama. Like it will be one of three things.
Hmm.
So it's like, what are you actually doing? You know what I mean? There comes a point where it's just like, um, why am I dating you? Why am I taking you on a date? What we trying to do?
Mm.
And is it just about the thrill of the chase? Because it's like it's one thing to just like have a sexual relationship with somebody off par. So it's just like, oh, it's just like it's a shot in the dark or something. I just want to get my rocks off or whatever. But then
Mm.
it's like that it never stops there, does it? I mean, because people get emotional. People get in their
Yeah, and
feelings.
also I would definitely say that people want requirements, right? Because even though
Mm,
people wants to get their rocks off, whether it's a male or woman, you still have men who want what is, I guess, what has been told to them about the benefits of having a wife. And then you also have that on the other side with women, the benefits of having a husband. So these people
hmm
still want these things, right? But they don't want to sacrifice the free, the freedom or as much of their autonomy as possible to get those things. They want it all. So they want to be able to have as much fun, and then okay, now
They want
I
to have
just
their
press
cake
a
and eat it.
button. I press a Say that
Mm-hmm.
again?
They want to have their cake and eat it.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely. Absolutely. So 100%.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening. So now what I realize is there's some people who are actually saying, "Hey, like listen, I'm moving in purpose, and I'm having a tent. I'm going to ask those real questions in the beginning." And then you have other people who still like, "Hey, I'm just having fun under the sun." Like, I mean, think about the long-term boyfriend girlfriend relationships. What is the point of having a long-term boyfriend and girlfriend relationship? You're literally cohabitating with this person. You're literally had a child with this person. You have done everything, but then decide to actually go into a binding contract with this person.
Exactly, and that's exactly why I don't date. Because that's exactly why I don't listen. Look, if we're getting into something, we're getting married. I don't care. Like people be talking like this talk, like, oh, they don't understand what marriage is. There are so many benefits to marriage, but people are scared. They are scared. They don't want to like go, okay, you know, like off the rip, like
Hmm.
50% of my stuff is your stuff off the rip. They don't want to do that. They're
I
like,
mean, there's
yo,
reasons behind it. I'll tell you what. Like it, I would say more now today than ever before. There's a fear for men to go into marriage, and even for women to go into marriage, right? And
hmm
they're different, but it's still a fear. Like men are not really necessarily shamed, right? If um how can I put it? Men, like what I mean is, I wouldn't say necessarily shame, but let's say if a man was able to get a divorce, or his or he divorced his wife, or she left him,
that's
he's not he's
I divorced my wife.
you did. Okay. So did you feel that you was shunned from society because you ended up becoming a divorced man, and even though you made
Totally,
the decision not to date, um,
totally.
okay, okay, so
It was
like
harsh. It was real harsh.
it was harsh. It was, but you're in the UK though, right?
Yeah, but it don't matter where I'm at. I'm in a Western society. That's where I'm at.
I
So I
mean, you're
travel.
definitely it definitely is a Western society, but here in America, is men are not shamed as much.
You
Like
don't
they're
think so?
easy to they're easy to obtain another wife, and nobody will necessarily blink an eye. But however, when a woman is divorced or she no longer is married anymore, it takes a big hit at her social status. Like
Okay, so
she's
what
looked at as
how,
that there's something must be wrong with her. She didn't do her job or whatever. Not, you know what I'm saying. It's harder for her. Her options become limited.
what I hear most of the time is women run when, like, a man says something. So like I could be in a relationship with you, and just because you disagree or something, you're about to get a divorce real quick and run without the thought of like the longevity of legacy. That's what I hear. That's not necessarily what I think, but that's what I hear.
Mhm. No, I would say that there is some truth into what you say, but I believe that's on both sides. What we're realizing here in America is that there's this honeymoon stage, and everybody tends to get divorced around 3 to 5 years. So now they're realizing when they're doing the studies that people are marrying for the wrong reasons, right? So people are marrying thinking that they're going to be Cinderella, and some men are marrying acting like they're acting like the handsome prince, and they get to be waited on, and they don't have to do anything, and they get served like King Tut. So what people are going into marriages for superficial reasons. They don't really necessarily like each other. They like the lust that they have for each other. Their sexual relationship is the highest thing within or the most important thing within their marriage. And then they're realizing that when you're angry or you're not seeing eye to eye, you don't have anything to continue to bring you together. You don't have anything to continue to make you strong outside of that. And then they're leaving. So I think maybe we need to start changing people ways of how they feel about marriage, really. I
The,
don't
the,
think that necessarily us going full on romantic uh or romantic marriage was the best solution for us. I think that we lost sight on certain things, and that's why it's causing a lot of confusion, because you can literally link up with somebody and one person could be thinking of it as duty, and the only one wants to think about it feeling like rainbows and sunsets every day.
I know, but the thing is most of the time the problem is like people don't really just have discipline. Like you want to get into a relationship, but you wanna have everything and everybody. Like you want to have your friends. You can't sacrifice nothing. You can't, like, just dedicate yourself to the man that's actually gonna be in your life, that can actually build with you and stuff like that. It's like if you've never had like a relationship that's lasted like at least three to 6 months, you don't know what you're doing. So how are you actually going to step into a marriage?
Well, I think that some people don't know about that. There's some people who have been in long relationships with people and they still don't get it. And what you being in a long relationship with somebody, yeah, you have some of the tools that you need to know to understand to make it last with someone, but you only know those tools to make it last with that particular individual, right? So like some of those tools are not transferred over to the next person if something happens. And I think that's what's happening too, that people, whatever habits that they picked up or whatever traumas that they picked up from their prior relationships, they're bringing it into their new relationships and acting in that same mindset when you're dealing with a whole different individual. And
Hmm.
they're not doing the work to let it go. They're not
Right.
doing the work to be new, to be going to get help, therapy, going to speak to someone, having a mentorship, having a community outside of what you think your partner's supposed to be, right? Your partner's not supposed to be your therapist, but we tend to believe our partner is supposed to be our therapist. There's certain things that we do expect of our partner that we're in a relationship with, and that person has to deal what they have to deal with as an individual. They can't take your shit too. Sometimes that's a little bit too much. And I
Okay,
think that
so
yeah, go ahead.
if you went through a breakup, is it sort of beneficial to you to actually go to a therapist and work something
100,
out
100%.
by yourself?
If I went through it, yeah, go to well, see, if I go through a breakup, so that's the thing. If you're going through a breakup, you have two choices. You have either a go to a therapist to or counseling if you both decide that you want to work on your relationship.
This
And
is
then you
before
have
this is before you meet the person that you're the next person, right? Because
yeah.
that's what you said. You're saying like someone brings trauma in, trauma
Mhm.
bonding, blah, blah, blah.
I definitely
So
suggest that. Absolutely.
like so before you meet the new person, you're supposed to go through therapy and work it out by
Yes,
yourself.
I do. I totally
What
agree.
what are you gonna learn then?
You're going to learn about yourself. You're going to learn
How?
about yourself. You're going to well, this is things that they can teach you about yourself that you don't know.
Have
There's
you ever
certain
been to
things that
therapy?
yeah, I'm in therapy now.
Oh, okay. How's that working out?
I love it. It's great to speak to someone and talk to them about things that you necessarily couldn't talk about. Start to pinpoint issues that you might have had that you wasn't thinking about before, or you couldn't get out of your emotions to look at it. So I love it because it's introspective.
Is that cognitive therapy or is it something?
Well, it will be a part of cognitive behavioral therapy. Yes, you're correct.
Okay. It's just, I'm just interested.
Oh, no, no. I think it's good. Therapy is good. But then, you know what? It's not even only just like that type of therapy, right? You can have
Mm-hmm.
therapy to have better communication skills. Some people
Mm-hmm.
don't know how to communicate correctly, and it might come abrupt, or people might take it a wrong way, right? So you can get skills in that, help with your communication skills, help with you dealing when you're dealing with anxiety, not to bringing on to bring your anxiety onto another person, not to re-traumatize another person. There's so many things that you can learn with therapy. I never understood why therapy is looked at as so taboo. It's one of the greatest resources that we could possibly have for ourselves, and outside of just even
Okay.
being in a relationship.
um, I don't know how old you are. Are you like in the proximity of 30s, 40s, or
40s.
like younger than that? Right.
40s.
So you've never been married, right?
Mm-mm.
All right. So do you ever want to be married?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do you think is going to take for you to be a wife? Because I was
Mm.
married when I was like in my 20s. So I most of the time when I hear these conversations like and people talking, I get real
Mm.
confused. I'm like, well, how come it didn't happen before?
Okay. So with that is you got married in your 20s because you wanted to get married in your 20s.
Yeah, because I don't date.
Right. So I didn't start dating until a very, very like I said, late. I was a late bloomer when it came down to dating. And my focus was on things that I wanted to do, which was getting my education, going into my career that I've been in for 16 plus years. Those are things were a little bit more important. Yes, did I have tried to date? Yes, I have been engaged before, and yes, I had a long engagement with a person that I was supposed to marry. So I have those type of form of long term experiences, not a lot, but I
Okay.
have had that experience. So now I'm in a position where I can focus on solely just marriage. Like I'm literally in that with that mindset where I can focus on being a wife. Did I have that before? No. I can
All right.
admit that was not my intentions early on.
So you feel like you're ready to be a wife?
Yeah. Mhm.
And what does that mean to you? Because it's like most of the time when we have these conversations, right?
Mhm.
It's like, oh, a wife's supposed to like clean my clothes, cook my food,
No.
look after my children, like all that sort of stuff. So, where do you see your place?
Whatever I'm supposed to be for my husband is what I don't know who that my husband will be, but whatever my husband will need and what he's looking for in a partner, I will be that.
Do you know what that is?
How would I know? I don't know that individual.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to get to, because it's like this is the conversations that go on, right? It's like the fact of the matter is you might aspire to do something, but at the same time, you don't know what you're doing. So,
Well, the thing about it is that I'm not going to follow no cookie cutter list of what men believe is a wife, and you're not my husband. So men can have their cookie cutter list just like women can have their cookie cutter list of what a husband is. So
what's
that
a
doesn't
cookie cutter
necessarily
list?
mean,
What's a cookie cutter list? What is that?
meaning as you pinpoint certain things that you're looking for in a wife or a husband, specific things on a list, like meaning I need someone who's not going to argue with me. I need someone who's going to who's going to allow me to have the final say on everything, whether it comes down to finances, where our kids go to school at, vice versa.
So
That's
you want a
cookie cutter list.
man? You wait. Okay, all right. So you're saying you want a man. You're saying you want a man that's gonna allow you to have the final say on everything. So what are you saying?
No, that's not what I said. I
What
said
did you say? I'm sorry.
I said that when it came down to a cookie cutter list. Oh, hold on. I think someone
She's
popped
just
up.
saying hi. Yeah. It's just hi. Hey.
Hold
No,
on,
it's kind of interesting, MJ. Like you're a very intellectual lady, so like I'm just kind of interested.
No, that's fine, sir. I hope you don't think that I'm feeling any way. I know you're probing for answers and stuff, but well, where is she at? I don't see her. Oh, I see her now. Okay, there she is.
Who is that Naked Slayer? I don't know.
Hey,
Hello,
how you
people. What's going
doing?
on? I'm good.
Oh
How are
Jesus.
you?
Good.
How you
So
doing today?
I'm doing well. How do you feel about the whole topic? I knew you was here a little bit earlier than Simon was, so he didn't get
Yeah,
to see that I was breaking down the history and going over the coverture. So, how are you?
I'm good. I like this topic. I've done some similar topics as well, so I thought this was a great one to have, especially because right now, and I'm not just talking about the chitlin circle, but I feel like in general, when it comes to relationships, we're sort of stuck on a loop in terms of subject matter. Like it's always about a man protecting, like we're stuck in that stupid protection provision that we don't really get into the meat of what, how marriages changed over time. Because at one
Thank
point,
you.
women were just property, right? And it was just about, oh, this woman belongs to the man. And then it sort of shifted over to choosing a partner who you actually felt like was good for you. You guys were good
Correct.
for each other. So I love that subject matter. I love how you broke it down. I just want to say this though, right? Because Simon is like a lot of men.
Is
Because
this
he's
Flora?
like, well, hold on, Simon. This is not
Wait,
meant
wait,
to be
wait. Oh, it's
insulting.
not.
No,
Wait,
it's not meant to.
I didn't even know. I didn't know.
Just relax. It's not meant to be insulting. I'm
I
talking
didn't
about.
know. I didn't know though. Is that
Can I
Flora?
talk, Simon, really quickly?
I just answer. Is
Because
that Flora?
what I'm talking about in terms of Simon is that like they feel like a wife is like it's like a job title, right? Like it's gonna be the same for everyone. Every man is gonna get a wife and she's gonna do the particular things that a wife does. They never leave room for a man choosing a woman that's good for him, right?
Maybe
That
you choose bad. Maybe you choose bad. What about that?
Oh, come on now, Simon. That's not
are,
necessary.
No,
are
because
you hold
I spoke to
hold
Flora a
on,
long
are you
time
okay,
ago.
Simon? Because I'm
No,
not
no, no,
talking
wait,
about
wait.
you
No, no,
or
I'm not.
myself.
No, I spoke to you a long
Can
time
you
ago. I
relax?
told.
Stop day drinking. I'm not trying to insult you. What I was saying that I do think a lot of men just believe
All right.
a lot of men just believe that
No,
the
you can't
wife.
put all men into the same category. We don't operate like that. It's the
What I
men you
think
pick. It's the
what
men
I
you
think
pick.
she
You picked the
means
wrong men.
what I think she means, Simon, is that just like how you have your distinct attributes about yourself, and you will look for a woman that will fit those, the other men or even some men that's in the chat right now might not have your same attributes. So what they might look for in a woman will be different. So it's hard to have this generalized list of what a wife is, because a wife will be different to each man.
Of
Yep,
course, and
exactly.
that
Each
makes
man needs
complete
something
sense.
different.
That makes complete sense.
That's what I was trying to say, right? Because just because you had said, well, what do you mean? What does a wife mean to you? And so what I was trying to tell you is that she's not going to be able to tell you that, right? Because the
You
man that
know,
she gets with, hold on, Simon, the man that she gets with is going to have a particular thing that he's seeking in a wife.
there was
It's
a
not a job description. It's
I
not
okay.
something that you put on your resume. It's more so you being able to find somebody who meets the needs that you have and they meet the needs that you have. I mean, just like
There was
wife
a
duties,
all right.
there's husband duties, right? We could always say, well, a husband's supposed to fix
Listen,
things and
no,
clean the house, but most men today are going to call a plumber, right?
okay. Here we go.
They're
Look,
going
look,
to
look.
call
Here we
somebody
go. Here we
else.
go with this windmilling stuff.
I'm just
Look, look, look.
saying.
I spent 10
Exactly, Miss
years in a
Jalen.
marriage.
That's what it is.
My
He
what?
just
Look, yo,
and she
girl.
left
Listen,
you, so
yo.
you don't have any advice to give
No, she
anybody.
didn't leave me. What's wrong with you, stupid? Like at the end of the day, like I left her. What's wrong with you? You see, your facts are incorrect. Don't open your mouth and speak to me like you know
Simon,
something.
but you're just getting triggered for no reason. I was saying in general that men believe that a wife is like a
No,
job.
it's the men you pick. It's nothing to do
Oh
with
Lord. I said
what the
men
hell
in
are you talking
general.
about.
Well,
I said men
Simon,
in
wait,
She
general.
hold on
literally,
one
she
second.
turned around to me and
You
she
know how
said,
many
"Oh,
men
my
you know how
wife
many
left
men I've
me."
dated?
Hold
You know how
on,
many men I've dated
guys.
that they let me
I don't
walk
care how
all
many
over
men you
them?
dated.
That
That
means
has
Hold
nothing to
on,
do
nothing.
with
hold
me.
That means
on,
Nothing to do
nothing.
with me.
hold
Nothing.
on. Time out. 1
You are
second.
such a drunk idiot. My
Oh,
God.
here we go. You see the
Wait,
shit?
wait,
You
wait,
see the
wait.
Go
shit?
ahead.
You see the
Wait,
shit?
hold on. I see
God
that I
damn.
see that there is a history here.
Yeah,
There's a
See this
history
Simon
shit?
is
here.
so
Hold
Right,
mad.
on.
right
He
here.
wants
Oh,
to
you're a
yell
drunk
at me because
idiot.
of
All
who
Hold
I
right,
on.
all
chose
right.
to
Hold
marry.
on. Hold on. Hold
Here
on.
we
He
Come on.
wants
go.
to
Hey,
yell at me
Jalen.
because of who I chose to marry.
You're a
Okay,
slut.
you know
Y'all done
what?
called up
Hi,
y'all called up
yeah,
my
no,
You're
manager.
mad. You're mad.
we're
You're
not
real
doing that.
mad.
I'm
You are
sorry. We're
mad.
listen,
You chose bad. That's
listen.
what your problem is.
We're not.
Mm-mm.
We're not gonna be
All of these
attacking.
guys want to tell me about
No,
who
no,
I chose. They're
Flora.
going to
No, no.
continue.
I think
Flora,
you know
stop.
what. I understand you guys are in these spaces a very long time with each other, but calling her stupid,
Thank
I
you.
think that is so disrespectful. And the thing is, like everybody's always so rude to each other. It's just not Flora. You guys don't have no respect for each other. Like you have to understand, like we're on the internet.
Go and
we
eat
don't
some
live. We don't
daisies.
live.
Like,
Listen,
what you
Simon. We
talking
don't live
about,
in
bro?
the. Hello, Simon. Hi,
Simon, why are
MJ.
you interrupting everybody? Calm
Calm down,
down.
Simon. Calm down. We can all
Hello, chat.
talk.
Hi,
There's more
everybody.
than enough time.
Listen, Simon.
Yes.
Listen, we're having a conversation. You know, MJ doesn't come out much. You're having a conversation with her,
I like
going back and
MJ.
forth. Just please have respect for everybody that comes up here. Please don't call nobody stupid. And whatever her life, however she chose her life, that's her business. Just the same
Are
way
you
your life
talking
is your
about
choice.
Flora?
Simon, yes, please.
All right, I'm sorry.
Please,
I
yes, please.
apologize. I
Thank you,
apologize.
Simon. Please
There you
don't.
go.
Yeah,
I apologize.
let's not
Look,
do what everybody else do. Every place else. This is a different platform, a different place,
I said
and
I
you just
apologize already.
yeah, just look at Flora like another woman.
I
You don't
like
know
Flora.
her. We're
Flora knows I like
strangers,
Flora.
huh?
Ay, ay, ay.
What
Flora
happened?
knows I like Flora.
Simon, just
Flora
let
knows I
somebody
like
finish
Flora.
their sentence. My
What?
dear Jesus.
She's just mad. She's just mad.
This is a brand new space, brand new stream. We don't know each other, and go.
Well, we do know each other. That's the difference. You don't know me.
No,
I
I
know
don't know
Flora.
Oh
you from a
my!
can of paint.
Oh,
I don't
stop
know
it.
you at all,
Right.
Simon.
Okay. All
So
right,
don't
Flora.
know. We don't know each other. This is
Simon,
the
do you
Okay.
need a
problem.
hug?
Yeah. You see this shit?
Y'all hear some stuff on YouTube and now you know me. I don't fucking know you, Simon. I don't know you.
You lying right now.
No, no, no fighting allowed, please.
Wait, Flora, is this the same Simon that used to be
Yep.
around Taz channel?
Yep.
No, I ain't gone around Taz
Mm,
channel. I don't know Taz. What are you talking about?
Oh, now you don't know, Taz.
No, I do not. No, I do not.
Simon, you are the one. You used to be over
Oh,
there
here we
acting a
go.
damn
You see
donkey.
this nigga in the chat? Yo, don't let me get on him. You're gonna back off, bro.
Oh snap!
You know,
Oh
you know
snap!
what it? And then he
You
don't
wanna
want
get
nobody to know
no?
who he is.
Yeah, you damn right. I'll get on his. Yo, carry on, bro.
So,
I'll drag you, nigga.
Cruz
oh
wants
my
the link so he
God,
can
no,
attack
Simon!
Simon.
I don't want to drop you, sir. Come on,
All
please.
right, I'm gonna shut
Not
up.
the N-word.
I'm sorry. I gotta stay on focus.
I
I'm
appreciate
sorry.
it. Thank you. So, ladies, Jalen, thank you for coming up. I appreciate you. What do
You're
you think
welcome.
about the topic for tonight?
Well, as usual, I learned something new today. And it's sad that we're looked at second class citizens. I always say that, like we're property. I just say that it's just sad that um, why we just can't be with each other and
We can.
make each
There's
other
nothing wrong with
happy. You know,
it. We
like as
can.
one.
What's wrong with that?
I like dating. You know, dating aspect because you get to learn the other person. Because like me and my partner, we dated a long time.
Mm.
So that's what I'm saying. Like I said, he's cut from a different cloth. Like him
Yeah,
and
I don't date. I don't do dating apps. I'm never gonna do dating apps.
I
I
didn't tell
find
you
it
Something.
messy.
I didn't tell you, Simon, to go on the dating app.
No, I didn't say you did. I'm just saying, like, I don't do it. Like,
So wait. Let me ask a question, Simon. So you don't date. So what are you doing? Do you want to be married again? Yes or no?
yes,
So you're not going to date. So are you going to court?
no,
You're not even going to court.
nope.
Well,
So
you're gonna pull her by her hair.
are you going to get like a mail order bride, or are you going to go to a actual matchmaker?
No,
God
what? You see,
damn.
Hey,
this
No,
is
hey,
I'm
what's
not being.
wrong
I'm
with you?
asking.
Damn.
No, because he said that
oh,
he's not
God
dating.
damn.
all right. I'm gonna shut up until like I can
No,
talk. Okay?
I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just trying to say,
All
like,
right, that's cool.
you're
I'm not saying. I'm just saying. Can I talk?
yeah,
Because everyone's
sure.
interrupting.
You talk all the time.
So go
Yeah,
ahead.
have
So
some decorum. Okay.
Mm.
go ahead.
Mm.
All right. If a lady knows her position, you don't need to date.
Oh
What?
God
It comes
damn.
natural. It's natural.
What?
It's not sort of like a thing. Why you keep interrupting? Shut.
Simon, how old are you, Simon?
Oh Jesus Christ! You see this?
Simon,
That's
how
being
old are you,
funny.
Simon?
Look,
Simon,
don't get me booted off here because I'm trying to have a conversation, but you keep
How old are you,
interrupting.
Simon?
You see this? You see this?
Answer the question, Simon.
All right. Uh-huh.
Okay, wait. So I'm just wondering, how is the woman going to know that you're interested in marriage, you're ready to be a husband again, if there's not going to be a conversation?
Because I've already been a husband.
But how is she going to know that?
Because I've already been a husband. Like
But how is she going to know that
because
if
I've
you're not
already
going
been
to
a
tell
husband.
her?
MJ, what's up? Like what?
Simon's a
Simon,
lunatic.
I'm asking
Look, all right,
really
all right,
very simple questions.
all right.
If
So
you
look,
met, if you was to meet a woman today, and she was standing right in front of you, how is she going to know that you was a husband, you are a husband, and you want to be a husband to a woman again? How is she going to get
yeah.
that information?
Okay, so based on my status, like if a woman understands something, she's
Oh
coming at me
no.
for a reason. That she ain't coming at me just for like just because. I ain't trying to like just get in someone's panties or some shit like that. It's just like at the end of the day, if you know, you're in a network. Do you know what I mean? You
Simon,
got people around you, and you
you got to
should
work on
know.
your communication,
Yo,
Simon.
Simon, when
Oh,
is
here
the
we
last
go.
time you got laid?
You see this girl?
And your
Why
right
you
hand
interested?
doesn't
Because
Why
count,
you
you put
Simon.
it
why you
on
Calm
the
down,
interested in that?
question, how
Why
old
you
are you?
interested in that?
calm down.
Why you
Simon, your
interested
right
in that?
hand doesn't count either.
So I'm just trying to figure
What
it out, Simon. So let's break down an example for me, okay? Let's say you at this great business event and a woman comes up to you at a bar. She says hello, you say hello. How is the conversation going to lead up to her understanding that you're a husband and you're looking for your wife?
I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't do that. I don't interact with people at bars. I don't interact
Okay.
with people in social situations. I have a business. Like
Okay.
if you know who I am, you know who I am. And at the end of the day, if like I employ people. So,
Okay.
most of the time I'm employing somebody and they're in my house or they're in my office or something like that. Do you get what I'm saying? And it's like then it becomes a relationship. I ain't playing with people outside. That's wild to me.
But okay, I know I understand that. I get what you're saying, sir. But the only thing is that if someone was to approach you, they don't really know anything about you unless they research, like you said, right? Or they knew
Hmm.
you before, they know your family and stuff like that, but they're not gonna know your intent unless you express your intent to them. But you're
Yeah,
not
but
saying that that conversation is supposed to happen.
it takes time. You can't just look. I just don't rock with people like that. Like
That's fine.
people have this premise like, oh, you're just gonna like meet somebody and like, I no, I don't do any of that stuff. Yeah, I can't because I've got too much to lose. Do you know what I mean? I've got
So, Simon,
children.
are you going to tell them your name at least?
What'd she say?
Are you going to say, my name is Simon?
I don't know if I got time for this girl. She's crazy. Like, I don't know.
On another note, hey Truth, how are you? How are you doing?
What?
Truth,
I'm well, Sarge. How are you?
I'm well. How are you doing, sir? I don't know how much you caught of the live because you was busy, but
Yeah,
what is your take on this topic?
yeah. So I had caught the earlier part. So
Okay.
you was going down the history of different relationships, how through time men and women came together in a different type of ways. So I was going to ask you. Okay, we already know we had what shotgun weddings. We had arranged marriages where people came
Mhm.
together, do classes. What system do you believe is the probably the better system that we probably need to return to?
I think that we should go back to the process of the 18th century where it was
Mhm.
romantic marriages, but still supervision.
There was no romance in the
Okay,
18th century.
It was. That's how
so
we got to Valentine. Valentine's happened in the 18th century, where people was writing love letters to each other. So there
There
were
was no letters in the 18th century.
yes, there were. I just showed it, sir.
Okay.
I did. I just showed it.
All right. What were they writing on?
Paper.
But what paper was invented in the 18th century?
It was pamphlets. You know the pamphlets. Like they had it like that.
You see, this is where we
are
get
you
stuff
talking about
twisted.
like the Romeo and Juliet type
Yeah,
uh
they had love letters. They was writing
Mm-mm,
love letters and they was
mm-mm.
putting out in news art like news article when they talked about business, love. You know how we have our little news articles today when we have specific topics.
mhm.
They were write love letters and stuff like that to them.
And that's how they connected.
Correct. So they said around the 18th centuries we had the highest literacy rate.
No,
Oh,
they did not. What are you talking
They did
about? People.
too.
All right. So, what is the highest death rate in the
so if
18th
you're
century?
saying that so the two parties that wanted to come together, like if you
Mhm.
had the girl and the other gentleman, they would write letters to each other. And then they had also had the parents having supervision over their courting.
That is correct. So in the end, so when we started in 17th century, that was just literally the coverture, right? The
Hmm.
arranged marriages part, right?
Hmm.
So parents was not taken into consideration whether or not if the daughter or the son was compatible outside of just resources and bringing the businesses together.
Right.
18th century, they decided to open it up a little bit where they was letting romance lead into these marriages. You still had the social requirements of linking up with someone who was in your social status, but you had more of a choice of who did you romantically feel anything for, right? This is why they had like those ball gowns or ball dances and stuff like that. Women back then had 5 suitors,
Mhm.
and they had to come from a certain family which the parents approved of, and she would pick amongst those suitors who she aligned more with, or who she caught feelings for with.
No, wait a minute.
Okay, so after they, so you saying where we were thinking, okay, the guy they would bring the different women towards him. You're saying that certain families with their daughters, they would bring actually a group of gentlemen to see if she actually can romantically have a relationship with them.
that part.
Correct. So it was like it was literally a give and take, because it was the males that was their parents was telling the males, "Hey, you need to get married soon. We need to get married soon. So this is an option, that is an option." But when the man went to go ring on a woman, that woman already had about 4 suitors looking for her hand in marriage. So
Right.
now it was the time where it was courtship, which was supervised by the parents, of whether or not if they work well with each other. But they, like I said, with the social part, they already solidified that that person was well and enough, I guess acceptable, pretty much,
Right.
to be a suitor. Like
It was
you wouldn't even have even gotten into the door if
it
you
was a
wasn't suitable.
it was
So
a
it went
map.
through the
Oh,
process of the two parents. They were making sure that, monetarily and financially, the gentleman could support the child,
Correct.
their daughter. And then once that happened, then she had to accept the guy romantically before anything. So it wasn't just like how we would say arranged, where it's no feelings, no romanticism, and she's feeling like, oh, you're forcing me to be with this person.
That was in
yep.
the 17th century.
Right.
The new romantic marriages started in the 18th century, and then dating started in the 19th
19th
century.
century. Gotcha.
You know
And
why?
actually, I
You know
think
why?
that I tell you, I think you're actually right about that.
Nah, you know
But
why?
if
She's
we go
totally
through
correct.
that part, so we got the two. Okay, we got the two governing parents. So that's still dealing with classism because they're
Correct.
going to make sure the lifestyle, you know, uh, their thought process, their mindset, the education,
Come from
everything
a good
that
family.
come
Make
from.
sure they don't have debt. Make
Mhm.
sure that they're not hiding under their title or their name, their last name, but they swindled their all their wealth, and that's why they're actually going into a marriage to be advantageous.
No,
Right.
wait a
And
second.
then
Ho,
the
ho,
second part
ho.
is to make sure that there's love there, is to make sure that she the daughter is feeling romantic love, and as well as pleased with the person she's been accepted to. So
Jesus
she
Christ.
actually want the person, not
Correct.
just me.
It was more about amicable, being
Yeah,
amicable
amicable.
with a
Yeah, that's
person.
the right
Because it's
word.
not necessarily with just love. It was just like, do you think that you
Mhm.
align with this person? Do you kind of like them? Because parents was just taking into consideration that they didn't want their children to be unhappy and
Unhappy, right?
miserable.
Hmm.
That had nothing to do with it.
So
We took
that
unhappy.
is actually a great idea.
Nah,
So
wait, what? No,
what
wait,
is
wait
the
a sec.
actual
What it
percentage
was
of
um
success with that?
men men
Hold
were
on
men.
1 second. What happens, Simon? Say that again.
Men were men. We're living in a completely different society right now. Like at the end of the day, it was a thing of like men had to go out and be men. Like men don't be men right now. Like they could just do the same thing that females do. You can get behind a desk and type some stuff behind a desktop or be on the internet all day long. That is a different thing. Like when men went out to war and had to battle with people and pull out swords and slash that shit. That's a different thing. So like females had a different operation, and you came into your presence. I get that, and respect to you, like as females historically. Do you know what I mean? Like World
Mhm.
War II. Do you get what I'm saying? That's when it hit. It was like, yo, all the men were out battling. That's what they were doing, and the females had to like pick up. They had to pick up the game. You get what I'm saying? They cracked the code. They went into space. They done all types of stuff, and it was like, oh, okay, now we got some premise. Do you know what I mean? But up until then, no, it wasn't that thing. Like at the end of the day, you had no rights, you had no premise, you didn't know what to do, and you had no governmental rights, you had no legislation, you had no law that was turning around going, oh, you can do something, but now you can, and this is the problem that we're discussing, and this is the conversation.
So, how can I put this? I don't think that us having more rights and autonomy is the problem. I think that what it is that both individuals, men and women, have too many options. So now the duty side of being with in a marriage or creating family has been out of the window, is now solely on our sexual desires and our emotional attachment or feelings. That has taken precedence. And because now we both have too many options, knowing that our emotions can change just like we change our socks, this is why we don't have any discipline. This is why
Correct.
duty is gone. And we're not realizing that our emotions can fade. You can be highly, highly offended, highly angry at a person and feel like you hate him for a whole week, maybe even a month. And then it might be month two, you don't feel exactly the same about whatever the situation bothered you about, vice versa. So now we have gotten to the point where we're not regulating our emotions. And then we're also asking too much for both our partners, whether it's man or woman. We're asking too much to hold the responsibility of what we need to be taking care of ourselves. So the problem is, me personally, this is only my opinion. I don't think it's honest to God truth. I think that we're at a point in history where we're expecting someone to fill things in us, and that never been the case of the history of relationships, period. Right?
That's real. That's real personal,
Agreed.
though. That's nah.
Agreed.
That's real. That's real. Is that nah? That it don't work like that. It don't. If you come across the right person, that's all it is. Like I think like people generalize stuff a lot of the time, and like we're not dealing with a whole population. Like if you're actually with someone, you're with that person. Like they're never gonna be the same as everybody. You get what I'm
We're not
saying?
supposed to.
Exactly.
No, they're not supposed to at all. But I'm just saying there's things that we're asking for our partner to fulfill because we're unwilling to do it for ourselves. So now we're asking our partners to feel
That's
something that they're not going to be able to feel. Like there's
that's
there no there's
that's
no
called an
way they're going to do
unhealthy relationship. That's what that's called.
it. Say that again.
That's called an unhealthy relationship.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. We are having a lot of unhealthy relationships. We're having a lot of codependencies when we're supposed to
Mm.
be interdependent.
There you go. You hit on the nail right
So
there.
MJ, in the 18th century, what was the percentage of success rate as far as with marriages?
From what I read, they according to that stat, they said that the success rates in the 1800s was pretty much far better than what we have today. They didn't give me an exact number, but they said it was far better than we had today. And they also they brung fun into the whole relationship marriage situation. This is why dating started, right? In the 1920s. Because like I said before, 18th century, there was no going out. There was no going out, taking you out to eat, taking you to a restaurant, none of that.
Wait
Like
a
you
minute.
literally would go to someone's house and you would sit at a
There was.
parlor and have a conversation for maybe an hour or so, supervised, and then you will be on your merry way, or they might let you stay for dinner. So when 1920s came, when we started making automobiles, the concept of dating and taking a person out on a date, taking them to the movies, taking them to a restaurant, taking them to the park, driving created the whole dating realm of how
Right.
we still date today.
So do you see
Ah,
that it went from 17 to 18 to 19, like how it went from only duty, only classism to we had basically balance, and now it's on the inverse. Now it's
there's no balance,
just
bro.
dating, superficiality, like
What's
you
up,
said,
Sherelle?
emotional appearances, and all these different type of things. It's just stuff that's temporary.
There's no
So we're on
balance,
the
bro. What are you
opposite
talking
side of
about?
things versus the eternal, the eternal side of
Can
things,
you speak about the
the
balance?
things of
Can you do that?
longevity.
What's balance? What are
Hmm.
you
So
talking about?
after that, after, do you believe that we can get to, or essentially go backwards? That's what I'm saying. Like,
What's
or we
balance?
just stuck right now.
What is balance? What's
Mm,
balance?
do I
How do
think
two,
we can go back?
how do
Well,
two people cooperate? You talk about balance? No
I'm
one
speaking. I'm
balances
speaking to
anything.
her right now. I'm
Yeah,
speaking to
I'm
so
her.
speaking to you.
well, come on, Simon, please. 1 second. Thank you. Um, do I think that we would be able to go back to that? I think that we're in the process of doing that now. That's why we have matchmaking apps, platforms, and businesses now that's actually flourishing. A lot of people are talking about some of the other countries that still use matchmaking now because they're starting to see that maybe they don't what they thought would be their ideal mate or what they believe will be the best for them, they don't necessarily know, and having a third eye or a fourth eye um, will help them have a better, I guess a better chance at, finding the correct match for them. We see it more. Do I think we'll go back there totality? No, because a lot of people do love, free love. A lot of people do
Mhm.
love free love. A lot of
Don't
people
you
love the
don't-
sexual liberation, to be able to have as many partners as possible, experience many different, situations and individuals. And we have been doing it for a while too. So I won't necessarily believe that this will be for everyone, but the ones who are now want to date with purpose and attention, I think they will follow that suit better.
that's good. That's a
Right.
good point.
I
That's a
agree.
real
I
good
mean,
point.
if we're trying to get to a place of get the things that how it used to be into a sense of normalcy, I agree
Mm,
that the 18th century would
mm.
go, but I'm trying to figure out, like how you said, the way things are, the way how we think, the way how we move, the way how we, even come together to this day. Like you hear about the 3 date rule. You see
Mm,
what I'm saying? Um,
What's that?
you see people that on the opposite side. Some women look at men as a utility.
What's the
mhm,
So
3 date rule?
what's the
What is
variable
that?
that you know throws everything off? Where the woman is being looked at as a situation of being misused,
mm.
and she's giving herself, but then now it's like, okay, you gave me the most precious thing. So now then, what am I waiting for now? Versus, uh,
Hold on 1 second. Simon, I'm gonna have to drop you down, sir.
Mm,
Okay? The
okay.
laughing and stuff like that,
All
that's
right.
just
No,
very
no. I'm sorry. I'm
disrespectful.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, True.
yeah, thank you. So I think if we were going to do this, I'm trying to think. Okay, so give me like a real world situation right now.
Hmm. So I think that if we the only way that I will see it working now is that parents got to get involved, right?
Mm.
We have to bring parents back into the dating scene. Parents left a long, long time ago. They don't have no input and insight of who you date, who you mate with, nothing like that. Anything. Not until afterwards when an issue or a problem occur. Then you want all you want all the answers from your mama and your father and your
Yeah,
uncle and
that's
everything.
right.
You want to ask them everything afterwards when you
That's
make the
correct. That
mistake.
is totally correct.
So we need to bring it back to instead of trying to instead of being reactive, we need to be proactive. So parents need to get involved early,
Mm-hmm.
especially if
Reciprocal.
around the dating time. There has to be a balance where we are aiming for our kids to definitely, get their education and start thinking about what path, like, career wise, that they want to do, in the future,
Right.
as
Mhm.
also as well as start thinking about intentionally being serious. So
Wow.
when it comes down to mating. So again, I think we need to advocate and promote college students or young adults to be dating with intention and purpose while they're in college instead of thinking that they're at Freaknik. So, we maybe maybe if we start doing that now, we'll see better results. And then it'll also give them the opportunity to grow with that person, which will be a beautiful thing, because there's going to be some things that they haven't experienced, and they could definitely experience it together, right? And it will help solidify more of a bond outside of just, I think you're sexually hot, because we're young, and naturally when you're young you're hot, you know what I'm saying, like everybody's hot, we're invincible, we got the whole world. So now you're starting to
Well,
think
not all the bandits, but
Yeah. So, so
I knew Flo was gonna pop into that shit.
Preach. Wow, let's
Flo
go.
was like, hold on now.
so you were definitely advocating for to get. So what about marrying early? That's what you're advocating for as well, right?
I think we could do it. I think, yes, I think we can marry at a good age. I think maybe how it was before, 23,
Mhm.
24 used to be around
Agreed.
the age range.
That was my
And from there, yeah, I think that we can solidify a better generation of more healthier, long lasting marriages, and
right.
not being confused on how emotions are going to fade. We have to understand, we have to find the love in duty, which is lost. There is no love in duty. We grow tiresome, we're angry about the things that we have to do, we find resentment in it. So there has to be a training of falling in love with the process, the duty part, doing it when you don't have to, doing it when you don't want to do it, but loving it because you know what outcome you're going to get by doing it. So
Right. And that's where I was about to go at. Okay, so two things. Um, do you agree that teenagers should be dating at all?
no.
Okay, thank you. I
I
agree as well. I
I
don't
know.
think they.
And the reason why I didn't start dating until I was about to leave high school. So my father wasn't playing that. Boyfriend,
Mhm.
what? Boyfriend.
Wait,
My father was not
so
playing that. So
Yeah.
yeah, I didn't date until I was literally about to leave out of high school. So that was like around like 17 and stuff. That's when I actually started dating. So I think that children and young teenagers should enjoy being a teenager and enjoying being a kid.
yeah,
Like those are things and freedoms that we will never have or never experience ever again. And
that's right. That's right. I mean,
so I
I look
think that they
what
should definitely experience that.
I don't know
And
when
if
what,
we get the process of so far, you know, I would agree that not just the daughters, even the sons,
Oh, no,
they,
definitely with the
they
son.
don't need to be dating at all either.
My son, like I said, my son is 12.
Yeah.
He's not even thinking about girls. He's doing
really?
boxing right now. He's
Hmm.
enjoying his time with his bigger brother and his father. He's no, he
Hmm.
doesn't, he has not once come to me, and I have not had to have the talk. Mind you, we know that there's kids at his age that already have children.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So
Really?
he's not thinking about that. And I told him that he don't need to think about that. He needs
Right.
Wow.
to enjoy being young, because when those other responsibilities outside of his chores and other things that I ask of him or his father asks of him, he's not going to get that anymore. The world is hard for men, and it's hard for women too, but the world is hard for men, especially men growing up trying to adapt to what is out here now. right? That they didn't even
Mhm.
have a say so in,
Mm.
creating it.
Mhm.
He needs to enjoy what is it? What was they saying it the other day? Black boy frolic. He needs to do the black boy frolic. Enjoy it as much as
Wow.
possible.
Was crazy.
You hear that? You hear
So
that?
if from parenting wise now I'm gonna take it from the POV of
Mm.
parenting wise, should we then basically essentially produce a system like how back then they were actually getting them ready for marriage, right?
Say that again.
So I said back then, like the 17 to 1800s, they were
Mhm.
actually getting them ready for marriage. Like it was a
That is
whole
true.
thing.
That is true.
So we
Yes.
would essentially have to, how we're kind of in this stick about getting people to essentially be ready to live alone. You see what I'm saying? To be
But
you know,
yeah, I totally agree. That's been the difference, right? We have
mhm,
been training secretly, we have been training for men and women to be independent of each other, not interdependence. We
yes,
stopped that a very long, long time ago. So now, what do we ask for when we are asking for a mate? The things
right.
that we ask for when we're asking for a mate is very childlike, kind of needy, right? Very
Mm,
codependent. Like, I need this, I need that, I need you to make me feel like this, I need you to make me feel like that. If I don't get this, what's the name? You don't love me. If you don't do this for me, you don't love me. So, like, the way how we even interact with each other when we talk about what we need for a person is the
right.
same equivalent of what a child would ask their parent. So it don't
Ex-
really have anything to do with, okay, the
exactly.
Mm.
emotional, the mental, like, this is what I need. I need to feel like we're on the same page. I need to feel like you understand why I see it the way I see it. You know what I'm saying? That never is there. The things that we access is so materialistic and superficial. It's ridiculous. Very, very childlike. And
Thank
now,
you.
so
Thank
now
you.
when we're in relationships with each other, we are each other's children, but we're supposed to be
Mm.
adults. And we're
Mm.
continue to formulate that behavior amongst us. So now we're getting older, but we're becoming more childlike in mentality.
Right. And then that should also help us with coming together early, producing marriages early. Like you said, it really supposed to be, um, you're supposed to be growing together. As you grow and mature, you're maturing together. I think where people have, once again, created this normacy of getting married later, people don't understand how much that creates problems because you're living by yourself, so you're dependent only upon yourself, not about somebody else. So this is your whole way of life for 20 years. So 20 years you're used to living by yourself, you're used to taking care of yourself, you're used to knowing you can only count on you, and then all of a sudden you supposed to flip a switch and say marriage.
Exactly. This is
That
why,
doesn't make any sense.
yo, bro, like at the same time, we was having this conversation earlier, and this is why I was trying to get to this because it's like it don't work like that. You can't just flip a switch. You can't. You need to understand, like, at the end of the day, if you're gonna be a wife, you're gonna be a wife. Like, you can't just like be like, oh, I want to be independent all the damn time, go out, do my own shit, and like, yo, this is this and this is that, and it's like, oh, suddenly I want to be like a wife.
I
How
would
how
say
how do you fit into that? How do you
I
do
would
that?
say I would agree with some of what you're saying, Simon, because the only reason is that's why I said it's about intent, right? So if you are intentively trying to be a husband or a wife, you have to do things for you to get there, right? Anything we want to learn, what do? We take time and we learn the steps to do it. So what's happening, but I do still believe that people do need to know how to take care of themselves. They just don't have to lead with that. And you shouldn't be leading with that within your relationship because y'all supposed to be mending with each other, right?
Mm,
So the problem is that people are continuing to lead with their independence instead of their interdependence in their relationship, and they're not mending correctly. So now they can't get rid of the habits that they learned how to take care of themselves as an independent person. They bring it in there, but you're not in a situation or relationship by yourself. You're in a give and take relationship where you're supposed to be giving and taking with each other. So you don't want to give up that part, that essence of yourself. So I don't think that they should give it up because you don't know what happens. Divorce happen, things happen, widows, widower, things happen, right? You would still want that person to learn how to take care of themselves in the most, I guess, horrible situations, but they just don't have to lead with it. So like me, for example, I'm a very independent person, but do I have to lead with independence in my relationship? No. And I shouldn't, because if that's the case, I shouldn't be in a relationship.
There you go again.
But don't most women like just think like
MJ, don't do
it's
that.
like damage limitation? Like, at the end of the
You know what
day,
I'm
it's
talking
like
about.
She was hot
it's just
mess.
damage limitation. It's like, yo, like I'm gonna get into this relationship. I ain't gonna trust you fully. I'm gonna have like 20% in the back in case I need to run out this house.
Well, the thing about that, Simon, even if you're protecting, like I said, you should always be protecting yourself, right? And this is for both people. This is just not for just for women. Men should be able to protect themselves too, right? But the only thing about it is what I see men doing, they're not necessarily protecting their pockets. They're protecting their heart. So they'll go out and they'll cheat on a woman, or they'll be cheating in a relationship and stuff like that because they're protecting their heart. They're more concerned about protecting their egos and their emotions than to actually be protecting their livelihoods. This is why men say that they're the boss, but they still getting tricked on by women. And any woman is coming up and still extracting that money for them. But they thought they had everything all together. Y'all had everything all figured out. You was a G on
MJ,
campus.
the thing too is
Go ahead,
women.
Flora.
There's women too. I
Yeah,
wanted to add on that point. There's predatory
absolutely.
women
It's the
too
same thing with
who
yeah.
are. Yep, they're learning men. They're hearing what the men says they want. They'll play the little game, show them, act like they want the same things. The guy will think, "Oh, I got a submissive,
It's a
docile
whole
queen,"
game out here for that.
and it's a game as well for them. So
Yeah, it is. It is, and it's going like it's going back and forth, right? Now you just realize it's just a game. It's just a game that's happening. So when we're all talking about you got to know the game and you got to play the game, then how are you actually trying to create anything real if you on game time?
There
Just
we
think about
go.
your mentality.
That's the thing. Why is it a game? Do you
There
know what I
we
mean?
go. That's where I was
Why is it a
going.
game in the first place? Like,
Go ahead,
That's
how's
the
continue.
that
whole
real?
point. That's the whole point I'm saying. This shouldn't have been a game to begin with. This
Right.
is not play time. We are looking at people or even ourselves as exposable. We are not exposable. We're human beings. We're supposed to be valued.
Yeah, it
Valued.
should be
So
like
you
it
should
should be
value,
like
like for me, for example, I'm sorry to cut you off, Simon. I'll be
no,
done
no,
in a minute.
go, no, yeah.
I was just
No,
gonna
go.
say I should be able to value you, Simon, more than enough not to play with your feelings or your emotions and
Yes.
not give you hope where there is no hope, or extract things out of you, knowing that what you might want from me, I will never give it to you. I should
Correct.
look at you valuable enough as a human being not to do that. But that is not what's happening. People are looking at individuals and humans as not being valuable at all. And only person is valuable is the one that you want to give attention to.
You see the conversation we had earlier when we were talking
That's
about
it.
value?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, MJ. So, all right. So right now, because this is what I'm trying to do as far as this. I want to go through a process. And of course, we're not gonna get this all done today. You know, I'm pretty sure you probably
What's
put
wrong
a
with
lot
Miss
of
J?
strain on.
I mean, god damn.
But I want to go through a process of identification, try to identify the problem and come to a consensus of, this is the problem. Be agreeable to that. And then if we're going to use the 1800 format, like we stated, we then now have to get parental guidance being a a supreme factor, not just an option. It needs to be mandated. So parental guidance need to be mandated in the courting process, and then actually really go through a courting process, actually start raising our children to be married again.
Well,
Like,
that would be going backwards.
but that's what MJ was saying.
Well, I don't know about that because you can teach your kids without going back to courting. You know, it's giving under his eye handmaid's tale
I wasn't
when you
know,
say
but like
like
my mindset was supervision, right? Like
yes,
I do believe that the parents need to come back into the dating world
I
and
yeah.
agree.
help guide their kids, right?
Yes.
I don't necessarily, I won't think that it will be mandated, and I'm gonna tell you why, truth, it won't ever be mandated because the government makes a lot of profit and money off of sex,
Thank
procreation
you.
of
That's what
unwanted
I was about to go
children,
at.
and everything under the sun, liquor, environments that develops these type of behaviors, reckless behaviors. They make a lot of money off
Hmm.
of it, and they're not going to give it up.
They're
So
not
we're
giving
not
up.
going to go back to that. So the
Right.
only thing that we can do is parents being involved in the dating measures, not like to the point where if you don't date or mate who I tell you to, I'm going to disown you or I'm going to kick you out to the curb and stuff like that. But they just have to be a very I guess what's the word?
Present. Present.
Very present, right?
Yeah.
Very present in that situation. And normally when you're a parent who is very present in your kids, your kids dating life and stuff like that, where they feel comfortable to talk to you about things and learn about things and stuff like that, you usually get the best results. Really,
That is correct.
you usually get the women and the boys that who are not promiscuous. They're not out there having sex with a lot of people. They don't have high numbers, body counts and stuff like that. They're not they're not jumping through relationships every 3 months of a relationship breakup. They're not serial daters.
There you
When
go.
Correct.
you'll see that within the training of any individual, really.
Mm.
So after we deal with, okay, so we already agreed we can't mandate it. The system, is a monopoly in itself, and it's not going to give up. It's what it's raking in. We're talking about billions of dollars from keeping us
Billions.
apart.
They're not giving it up.
Mm.
They're
So
not going to give it up.
we
They're
had
going to
that.
just continue to let us utilize it to make the money. And just think about it. Just think about all these people who have all these kids who's unwanted, unloved, and it comes
Mhm.
up in the
Mhm.
system.
Right.
Mhm.
So
There you
we're
go.
talking about that, we're talking about medications because, psychological, emotional, mental problems. We're talking
Jesus.
about, educational systems taking a hit. We're
Correct.
talking about, you know, jail systems being built because now we're basically populating
Mm-hmm.
because of, what's happening inside of the households. Um, we're talking about people having to find things to replace the emptiness, the loneliness that they're having for wanting to be together. So they're taking trips, they're buying clothes, jewelry, all the superficial things that they think will fill that void, but it doesn't. And it's just a continuing process. Just like you buy the new iPhone every year, and the same iPhone just it works the same way. You see what I'm saying?
Correct.
Um,
It's purpose. Purpose has been lost, period.
yes,
People don't have purpose anymore. And this
yes.
is why they're clinging and leaning on to anything that they possibly can that's going to give them the sense of purpose. So we just have to find what the purpose is. We have to define that for our kids. We have to try to make them understand that they have a purpose. And whether if it's the dating part or just not even, because not every kid going to want to date. Like we're going to have to realize that not every kid is going to want to have a child. That's just, people are just different, right? But I think the purpose is the biggest issue why we're lost and why we don't have discipline, right? And why duty is looked at as a chore instead of something that you can hold on to.
Now let me ask you a question. Now, when the group of guys came to the young lady, right? She had her pick, like sort of like the pop the balloon, right?
Correct.
So she had her pick of them, but once she picked one, she had to deal with them one at a time, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, see, and that's why the reason why I wanted to make that clear, because people, when they get information, they make it, whatever they want. This is not supposed to be serial dating, like you said. It's supposed to be dating with a purpose.
Correct.
I just like sort of the term dating per se, because it's like when you think of a date, we're talking about usually an individualistic time, an individualistic date, a setting, something. What's the right word? I can't think of the other word.
A
But
setting, an event, or something
yeah,
like that.
event, something singular. When
Correct.
there's supposed to be a continuous, consistent, active choice that you're making to pursue this person to get to the process of longevity.
Well,
You know what I
absolutely.
mean?
That's why I'm always an advocate that you have to be careful with your words, because words
Yeah.
are power. So if
Okay.
you're saying dating, and when we do look at dating as by the definition, like you said, a singular event, a moment in time, it does bring a lot of issues when we are saying that we're out here dating and we're wondering why we're having singular moments in a moment in time with so many individuals.
Okay.
We're
Good.
not even talking within our speech to talk with long term and longevity. And that's why we're
Right.
not even acting within that way.
Right. Okay. Good. So you see where I'm coming from. As far as with me, I believe that everything is connected. When we're talking about the process of manifestation, it goes through thought, word, deed.
Correct.
So, words are powerful.
Hmm.
And believe it or not, everything that we say has power. So that's why I wanted to bring it out. And you perfectly said it. That's what
Yeah,
I
I
was trying.
mean, it's definitely we have to be intentional. That's like my biggest thing. We have to be intentional. We have to be intentional with our behaviors, our words, our manner, how we want to conduct ourselves in this world. Like all of this have to be intentional. Then, and that doesn't mean we have to all do the same thing. It's just that you have to have that intent behind it, because you're putting meaning behind it, right? There's a reason why I'm doing it. And what's happening is you can't even ask most people today why they're actually dating outside of that everybody else is doing it.
That's why I
Right.
don't. That's why I don't date.
Right.
I told you that
It's
shit.
like what are we doing? Like what are we doing? We going, like, how are we going to
Yep,
do what
everyone
they're
wants to be
doing
paired
when
off.
we're
I
not
ain't
them?
dating nobody. No
How are we
way.
going to do what they doing when we're not them? I'm not him, and you're not her. You see what I'm
You know
saying?
what?
So we can't do the
Dating
thing
is a
that
barring
they
system.
do. So
It's
for me,
barring.
that's why when anyone asks me, how did how are my relationship is still going, and we never dated. It was always a process and a thought process of, hey, I'm yours, you're mine, you are my wife, I'm your husband. This is what we're doing.
Right.
And
What do you need
it's
from me?
simple. It's not. It's not.
What
It's
do
not
you need from
complicated.
me? What do
I
you
don't
want?
get this stuff. Yeah.
And this is what I need. This is what I want. Are you capable to do those things through your strength and through your weaknesses? Do you have the prerequisites to be able to fulfill my wants and needs? And
Thank
then I
you.
have to look at the same thing. Do I have it in my prerequisites to fulfill her wants and needs?
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Her lifestyle,
Mm.
my lifestyle. Can I come in and what I am as a man, as a
Mm.
husband, as a father, can I
Mm.
take on that responsibility? If I can take on that responsibility, then I accept it, and then I put all of who I
It's
am
not that.
into
Is
it.
it? Why do
And
people make things so complicated?
do the same thing. You see what I'm saying? A lot of
Well,
times, go
oh, I'm
ahead.
so good. I was just gonna answer Simon. The reason why it becomes complicated is because not everybody is thinking in that way, right? And because we know that people might not, and we do know that people manipulate on both sides, men and women.
Yep.
right? That's where the confusion come from. Like, listen, I have always told you guys that I believe that a lot of the issues that we have is because we live in the gray area of the world, right? We're on Middle Earth where anything can happen. So since nothing is absolute, nothing is guaranteed, there is the fear or the risk that's there. So when you look and you want to outline how much risk that you're taking and whether or not if it's going to be worth it or not, that's what we're literally doing now. Now we're identifying that we have risk and that are we willing to take it, yes or no? And if you ask a lot of people, they're not. The fear is there.
I get where you're coming from.
Honesty. A lot of us is not being honest with each other.
Okay.
Not being honest
well, a
with
lot
each
of people's
other.
not being honest with themselves. That's
Yeah,
the bigger thing. You gotta be honest with yourself first.
MJ,
If you're not honest with yourself,
MJ, can I rebuttal? Like you address
with
me, right?
ourselves about who we are. So if you know, so for instance, if I know what type of man I am, I know that, and I understand who I am. A lot of us don't know who we are. We don't know what we want. We don't know what we need. We don't know where we're going. We don't know why we're here. So if you don't know yourself, how can you know what you actually want and need? Like you said, most of us want what other people have. We covet a lot of things. We see someone in a marriage and then we say, oh, we want that. We see our homeboy with a traditional woman and then we say, oh, yeah, I want that. I should have a traditional woman.
No.
You know what that looks like? Have you seen it? Was your mother traditional?
I don't agree with that.
Was anybody around you? Did you come from a traditional family? Was you born in wedlock?
It don't matter, bro.
Things that you're asking for, please be quiet, sir, while I'm talking to her.
Now you're being rude.
With anybody, they need to start understanding that the things that you're asking for, you need to be those things first before you require someone else to do something. Like I'm not going to ask, my fiance to do something for me that I am not going to be able to do it for her. You see what I'm saying?
Can I respond after?
That I'm asking
for, Simon.
Thank you.
Basically, I'm putting something on her that I'm asking for, but I'm not willing to do it for her. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The reciprocity is seriously lost. Integrity is seriously lost. And then we get upset when we end up either in a failed relationship or even hurt. You see what I'm saying? And then when we get hurt, then the first thing we do is lash out against each other. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. Go ahead, Simon.
I don't really think relationships work like that, especially like most of the time I get on these panels and I come across men that have not had like real long-term relationships, but they want to speak like they know what they're talking about. Unless you've actually been in a real relationship for at least a decade, I am not listening to you. Like at the end of the day, you've had failed relationships. You go and bounce from one chick to another, and this is why women get disenfranchised about what the hell's going on, because people don't really understand what a real relationship looks like. We have people historically that have laid down foundations for us, but we can't follow that. We can't do anything good. It's highly complicated. This is what we're saying, right? It's very difficult to just be in a relationship. Well, let's bring it back to the 18th century. How come these people were able to actually have relationships? Because they saw something that they couldn't have. And sometimes it takes that. At the end of the day, right now, we have too many options. People just running around town on the internet, on their phone, like, this purchase, that purchase. It's like everything's about money or God or this, or, it's like, and no one is really succinct with what they're doing. No one's focused. So how are you able to do anything? Whether you have children or not, it's nothing to do with nobody. But if you actually really want a relationship, you will focus. You will shut that shit down and you will focus. But most people don't want to do that. So Thank you, MJ, for letting me speak.
No problem. Flora, you have anything to say? You've been quiet, darling.
I forgot Flora's here. Jesus
Because
Christ.
you've been arguing with her from earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm over here preparing for the week while I'm listening in. Sorry,
That's all
but
right. That's all right.
I'll say this though. Simon's not wrong. Here's what I'll say. I'll give Simon a leg. Right,
Thank
he's not
you.
wrong in terms of like we need to stop trying to go back to barbaric old times. Right,
You could be
we
my
do kind of.
assistant, Flora. I'll have you any day of the
Simon,
week.
shut the hell up for a second. My lord.
Lord.
He's a glutton for a drag. I'm sorry, MJ. I'm trying to talk
I
and he
see he
just
gets a
like
little kick out of it. Go
All right,
on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm
But
sorry.
I do think that we have to adjust to today's time. We can't really try to go back when it comes to dating. Like we have to, if we have young people in our lives, young kids, teenagers, we have to talk to them. We also can't just assume that they're gonna do what we say as well. We right got to give them the information, and we do have to be more present. So if you see your son or daughter talking to the same girl every night, tell them you want to meet the girl, right? You see your daughter talking to the same boy every night, tell them you want to meet the boy. Make it open. Don't try to scare their partners just because they're young. I think we do have to adjust to what is currently going on. And what's currently going on is we have young people getting together and doing grown people things. So
That's
I
true. I
definitely
mean,
agree with that
that's
part.
why I'm sorry, Flora. Go ahead.
No, that was all done. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that's why I'm an advocate of parents getting involved. Like my boyfriends, before my father passed, my father met all of my boyfriends. He met my, the person I was engaged to, everything. You know what I'm saying? He knew them very well. I told the story on, I think on Sean Ron's channel a couple other days how one of my ex-boyfriends went to my parents' house. I was already engaged, moved in Florida and everything, and literally pregnant with my son. And the guy came to my parents' house with a letter, crying on the door, knocking, talking to my father, talking about, can you give her this letter? And my father was
Oh.
like,
What?
because he liked him. He was like, hey, but she's in a new relationship now. She's about to get married and stuff like that. And he was like, but can you give her this letter, please? Like, but that's how it was. My father always, God rest his soul, he always,
That's dope.
what's the name? He always met my mates. It's unfortunate that he's not here anymore to meet any of my other mates, but that's why you
Condolences.
have uncles and you have brothers and stuff like that, and got to utilize them. You
So,
definitely have to utilize them.
so you are a strong advocate for dads making sure that they be the ones that decide for who their daughter is with, correct?
Oh yeah, I am.
Okay.
I am. I want to be. I think that that's for both parents, right? But
Oh my
definitely when it
goodness,
comes
Tony
down to,
Golden.
yeah, I would
Sorry, I was reading
say,
the chat.
huh?
Flora, stop.
What happened?
No, I was reading the chat. Like people always got to get personal. Like, oh, he
Hey,
met the white
Flora,
boy.
hey,
Stay out of
stop.
her business.
Flora,
Yeah, I
stop.
know. Tony gonna never know how to mind his business, but yeah, he met the white boy too.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's what's up, man. That's the I think that's the biggest hill we're going to probably have a problem on is making sure that you know parents are actually involved in their children's day to day, and
Hmm.
even around screening who they actually hang out with. I
Hmm.
believe children are given too much autonomy at too early of an age, and that's why we're getting in a lot of trouble.
It depends on what kind of child you're dealing with, though.
Yo,
It depends on what kind of child you're dealing with. My child, like,
if
she,
we, I mean, I don't know where era you come from. Well, I know where era you come from. I don't know. Was you a latchkey kid, MJ?
No.
No. See,
Mm.
so but our age group is from that era. Most of
Yes,
the
exactly. It just wasn't like it was just in my necessarily household. My
your
mom
household,
was
right?
My mom was a stay-at-home mom.
Okay, so I'm trying to show you where uh the product that you are is a product of your environment. So your environment had the necessary tools to produce someone that's grounded enough to be able to adapt to any situation. And no matter whether certain struggles in relationships, your ideal is still to have what your mom and dad have. You see what I'm saying? It's never to go away from that, even no matter what. And then even when, like how you express, even when you and your son's father didn't work out, the way that you guys are still on the same wavelength, still just like if y'all were together.
Yeah.
And the transition was smoothly with your son, like he didn't miss a
Mhm.
beat. So those type of things, if we can produce that type of product, then I think it will lead into more successful relationships. But I got to ask you an honest question.
Sure.
How, honestly, are we going to produce more women such as your mom?
Here we
Say that
go.
again. I didn't hear the last part because Simon was
Are we
laughing.
going
All
to
right, now I'm
produce?
stuck. Now
Are we going
he
to
cracked me
produce
up.
more women such as your mom?
Do we have more women like that?
Yeah, are we going to be able to produce more
Truth.
women?
What man can afford to provide?
I'm,
Like what?
I'm,
You
I'm
just at this
speaking to
point,
her,
like
man. I'm speaking to her. I'm speaking to her.
it's
I'm
so
sorry.
archaic, though.
And
I'm not
please,
trying
I'm
to come
trying
at you as an
hard.
I would
I'm
like
trying
to
individual.
hard.
hear
I'm
Empress,
trying
I
Simon,
would
hard.
shut
like to
up for a
hear
second.
Empress question it
I'm
for.
not trying to come at you as an individual, but
Can I please hear her response, please? Can I
what
please hear her
man
response?
can produce what
May I
man can
please
provide for
hear
us for a whole
Empress
family
response?
on a single income? My
Right,
mom was a
I got you.
stay-at-home
Now,
mom too
may I
while she was
please
married to my
hear
dad.
MJ's
It's
response?
irrelevant.
MJ's response is not irrelevant.
No,
I
not
would
her
like to,
response. I was saying the question. Because
yeah,
I
well,
love
I
MJ.
still
I
would
love
like
what she
to
has to
hear her
say, but
response.
it's irrelevant.
I think she finds my question very relevant. MJ, can you answer my
What?
question, please, man?
Okay,
Thank you.
so I think that there's a lot of I think that we have a good amount of women that probably had the same mindset as my mom, right?
Mm,
They have to be incentivized, right?
okay.
And that is going to be on the part of the men to incentivize um
That's a real good
women
point.
to be that way.
That's a real good
You
point.
know, it's going to be hard to paint this picture about staying long term, in marriages, and even when you might go a year where you don't like each other, you're at each other's throats, or
Hmm.
anything might happen, for them to stay in it and do it for the long term outcome. Because like I said, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. My mom didn't have to go back to work, or my mom didn't want to go back to work until me and my brother was teenagers and we had our own first job. So I've been working since I was 14 years old. So my brother,
Mm,
so
mm,
once we was started working and we was in activities and stuff like that, then she
Hmm.
decided to go back to school. She decided to work and all that stuff like that. So she had the option, right? And
Hmm.
it was never forced in her. If we don't a lot of women today don't have that option, and I know that this is the new world, right? Because one income is really not cutting it, right? Not
mm,
unless you are a business owner, right? And
mm.
even with a business owner, they're not really, making it the way how they
Ah,
were making it, or
there you
scaling their
go.
business the way how
Mm,
other people are scaling their business, right? There's a risk.
mm.
So now the dynamics of our world today is really outside of the incentives of what marriage used to be. That's not there anymore. So women are requesting for men to bring more
Whew.
I would say intangible value to the marriage and the relationship, because the whole financial or even status, really, you know, social status is there's no benefit like that anymore. When you're marrying an average person married an average person, they're not being looked at as Paris Hilton. They're not living the life as a Kylie Jenner or anything like that, right?
Mm.
So now
Exactly. Beautifully put.
it's better. It's better for you to have the I guess the emotional aspect, which men didn't have to have that much
Bars.
before. You know what I'm
Bars.
saying? Before they didn't
Bars.
have to be that in touch with their emotions.
Mm.
Because they had the providing and the provision part down pat. But now that's been kind of taken away from men now. So to, I guess, balance it more, it has to be the more emotional part in it. And we're hearing men today saying that they can't be that emotional to women because of the world outside. They will be taken advantage of. They will be hunted by men who don't have no emotion. So it's hard. It's hard. But do I believe there are women like my mom and are women that are trying to teach women like that? Yes, absolutely. I do believe that there are women that still believe in that type of mindset and is trying to give this type of knowledge and guidance to other women. It's just not promoted. How can I put that? It's not promoted.
Let me be more specific. What percentage would you say?
Whew.
From, because you know you're military, so you've met a lot of people.
I have.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying by me from a military background as well. I had chances to travel a lot, be involved in a lot of different cultures, races.
So are you talking about percentage in the States or Western society, or are you talking about anything outside of that?
Look, your 40 years, my 40 years, since we've been on this planet, from your own look, because I've asked you something this, similar, based off of who you are. But now I'm saying based off of who your mom was, what percentage of women do you believe are like her?
Not a lot.
Okay.
I agree. I'll just say not a lot. Not
That's because you're honest. I appreciate that.
Yeah, those type of women are actually, they're old now and they're dying out pretty much.
They're dying. Okay. Thank you. So that's it.
Why did you ask? Wait, what? Truth? Why did you ask that question?
Because I chose to.
Mm-hmm.
No simple question.
No, there's nothing wrong with his question. His question is as well. He wants to confirm or get some idea, for me, whether or not if I do believe there is a lot of women like my mom around. I think my mom is unique, though, but I do think those attributes that he's talking about, is it dying out? Yes. Are they being promoted? No. They're not being promoted in the way that they need to be, right? They're being promoted as a slight to shame women who don't think like them. And that's that triangulation that we talk about. And that's why I beg men, do not triangulate women, because when you do, you're going to push all women away at the end of the day.
Agreed.
What's up? Is Flora still there?
A real thing that
I'm here. And exactly, that's unfortunately that is exactly what this creature next to me was trying to do. It's that triangulation of, oh, well, your mom was a stay-at-home mom, or your mom, so that's where you learned it from. And that's what a lot of men do. It's not just truth. A lot of men will do that.
Oh,
they'll say, oh, well, you're a single mother, or your mom was a single mother, so that's why you don't know how to be a wife. That has nothing to do with it. Most women today cannot be stay-at-home moms.
MJ,
my mom was a stay-at-home mom. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. My mom was a stay-at-home wife the 10 years that she was married to my dad.
Jesus Christ. All right, Flora. I was just seeing if you're there.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Don't you need people to have triangulation? You need 3 people, right?
My Lord.
That is correct. You do need 3. Most of the time, when it's triangulation, yes, it is a pyramid kind of situation.
Right.
So
the
who's the
pyramid
third
in the
party?
conversation is MJ and other women, though, right?
Who,
Because you can insert your opinion. MJ, you're gonna weaponize the fact that her mother was a
Oh
stay-at-home mom,
Lord,
and
oh
that will go
Jesus.
against other women. That's what a lot of
Right,
men do in the
okay.
right.
conversation.
Triangulation
Is
is
they
Floyd,
generalized
triangulate.
come on.
They'll
usually.
take a woman and try to prop her up to triangulate her against other women in these discussions. So no, you don't need
I'm gonna
three
ask
Oh
actually
boy.
people
an
per
intelligent
se,
woman.
but
Listen,
you need two
MJ,
different
I have another
perspectives and
question
then the man's
after
perspective.
she finished talking, because I'm not going to take it personal with
Uh,
her.
dude,
Her
Flora is
life
lit.
deals with herself.
Flora is lit. She's
MJ,
lit today.
when you deal with triangulation, is that a generalized situation or is usually personalized? Like it actually deals with a specific individuals.
So normally when we talk about the relationship, we're talking about personal, but when we're having a general conversation in reference, like say for example, we was talking about dating, there's triangulation that happens and occurs between the genders, right? Like women would triangulate men against men and vice
Mm-hmm.
versa. So that would be the general broad that can affect more than three people. But when we are talking about on a personal type of tip, yeah, it's to just
Exactly.
be three individuals.
Thank you.
Yo,
Thank you
Right.
very
yo,
So
much.
when you're
I
having a
love
where,
general
intelligent women.
discussion,
yo,
MJ,
I love
Simon, can you
intelligent.
like why can't somebody
yeah, that's
speak
what
up
I'm
when
saying.
somebody else
I'm
does,
like,
Thank
yo,
Simon?
you very much, MJ. How you
MJ,
doing,
can you
I
get
Omni?
love
rid of
that. Yo,
Simon?
there are not
He's
many
giving me a
platforms you got.
How
headache.
you doing,
Yo,
brother?
man, what are you talking about? Like, there are not
Simon,
many
can you just
platforms.
shut up for a second? Every time somebody speaks, you start talking.
But
Can you
MJ,
just
it has been a pleasure. Sweet, keep doing your thing. These are excellent conversations.
Thank
I
you.
Thank you
definitely
very
would
much
like
for coming. I appreciate you,
always,
Drew.
sweetie, always. Omni,
so
I holler at you a little bit later, dog.
okay,
Word,
that's
word. We
nice.
need to catch up.
So
All
so
right.
MJ,
Peace.
based on what you responded, right? This is where I'll say that people will try to sometimes weaponize language. Because
Hmm.
obviously we're on the panel having a general discussion. Right. So nobody should take anything that's being said to a personal level unless somebody will ask you a direct question like how he did, saying, oh, well, your mom was a stay-at-home mom. So that means you would know. Right. That's an example of somebody in a conversation trying to triangulate a woman. Outside of you, I've seen them do it with other women. They'll talk to one woman and be like, well, your parents, your dad raised you and your mom was a stay-at-home mom, so you won't understand what we're talking about in these conversations. You're not the problem. It's the women who come from single mothers, right? And that's how these conversations become weaponized because now we're not really talking anymore. Now we're just using somebody's experience to punish other women for maybe how they behave in relationships or maybe the type of relationships that they choose to engage in. So when I was speaking about triangulation, I meant how people will use the talking points of one woman against other women.
You
So I
sound
didn't
so
want you to
cute.
think that I was trying to take anything against you
You
particular.
sound
It
so
was the
cute,
talking
Flora.
point.
Oh
No,
Jesus.
no, I understand what you're saying, but I totally get exactly what you're saying. I don't think that Truth meant it in that way. I hope he doesn't. But for me speaking with Truth numerous of times, I don't think that
You know I
he
don't.
meant
That's why I
it.
ain't take it
He meant
personal,
it that
brother.
way.
For
I'm
you,
not
Well,
tripping
I've
off
had a
you.
different
I
experience
he's
came
with
still
up here
here.
Truth,
to talk to
so
people that matter.
I'm not gonna try
I
and make
can't
you
talk to
feel
you
how
later.
I feel about him, but I
Yeah,
know how he moves in these
Okay.
discussions. But for me
That's fine. No, no.
personally,
I'm not
yeah.
yeah.
taking.
So
Listen,
What's up,
I'm not taking
MJ?
your experiences with them. Listen, I had unkind experience with True, and then
Mm-hmm.
after some time, and I actually had a conversation without all the distractions.
Exactly.
I understand there was some things that I do agree with him about. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not taking any of your experiences with Truth away from you. I would never do that. Never.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just don't want you to think
Some
that I'm
people
coming
actually,
at
some
you.
people actually
It's just
matter,
that I
MJ.
know how he comes into
That's
these
all.
discussions a
Some
lot
people
of the
Flora,
actually
time.
stop.
matter.
I get it.
So,
I get it, Flora.
Flora, stop. Stop, Flora, stop. Come on.
Some people
because the
actually
little
matter.
dust
Some
might
people
wants to
don't.
act like I have a problem with
Hey,
MJ
you
or
see this shit?
something. No,
Wait,
I
that,
don't.
no, wait, stop, stop. Come
Hi,
on.
Omni. How you doing, sir?
I'm well. Just got done eating dinner
Oh, that's good.
with the
That's good.
wife.
What the
Oh,
wife make? What the
Absolutely.
wife make?
This
Oh no, I
Omni.
cooked. I cooked.
Oh,
Omni.
you cook? What you cook? What you cook?
Mussels in white wine sauce with angel hair pasta, side of
Ooh.
snow crab legs, and a Dungeness crab.
Ooh. I
That's
love
good. That's good.
seafood.
That's good. That's good.
That sounds real, real good. So, what
Yeah,
do you think
seafood's my
about the
specialty.
topic? I know you came in kind of really late. Earlier on, I went through the history of dating in the Western society, and I showed how we led up to how we got to the point where we are today. So I don't know how much else you heard outside of our our banter, but what do you think about what you have heard so far?
Well, so far, I say your father is did essentially did his job while he was alive. You know what I'm saying, supporting the family, and your mother feeling comfortable enough to go back and get um her degree
Mm-hmm.
and do other things. I think that's really how it's supposed to go. Like, we have a lot of conversations about 50-50. We have a lot of conversations in these spaces. Even Michelle Obama said a lot of times with her and Barack, someone was doing 70, someone was doing 30. And you know what I'm saying, it kind of swapped depending on what the other person was doing. So to nitpick and be like, oh, I'm doing more than you. I'm never going to put myself as a man. I'm never going to put myself in a space to compete with my wife
Mm-hmm.
because, you know what I'm saying, we on the same team at the end of the day. So win, lose, or draw, we go through that together.
Right, right. I think
Yeah.
that that's a good thing too. And I think that we have to relearn how to appreciate people roles if we want roles, right? There is a
Facts.
devaluing of both roles on both sides of the gender, and this is why people tend to not want to even follow them or even take them into consideration. So we should not be looking at homemakers, traditional women, women who work, single mothers, whatever. We shouldn't be looking at these people as a deficit, right? And the same thing with men. You shouldn't just be looking at a man who's blue collar, who's white collar, who's disenfranchised, who's has a little bit more issues than the average man or whatever. Now, we shouldn't be looking at them as they're being like I would say devaluing what they're able to provide, right? And I think that once we start to respect what people are able to provide, we can build on that. But if we don't have a foundation of respect, we're not going anywhere.
Facts.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree with that sentiment more.
Yo,
You
that's what.
know, it's crazy because I'm actually doing, after dinner, I hopped on YouTube and then I'm doing my sociology homework.
Oh
And
wow, cool.
yeah, I'm going, I don't know if I told you this, but I'm actually going for my software engineering degree.
Oh, you are? Wow, that's
Yeah,
good. Congrats.
yeah. I got
What?
a free ride. I got an opportunity for a free
All right.
ride.
So
I'm riding that thing all the way.
when you pass, what are you gonna do?
What am I going to do? What do you mean?
When you pass your degree, what are you gonna do with it?
Oh, I'm I'm gonna go from working outside to working in AC.
Mhm.
Essentially.
He said, I'm about to change my environment.
You know what I mean? Shit.
About to be the
Try to
good
get
life. I'm gonna go to blue
yeah.
collar to white collar, and then it's gonna be that
Mhm.
platinum collar.
There you go. There you
Absolutely.
go. Salute, sir.
Absolutely. Like
Salute, sir.
that's the plan. But really, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to on top of the degree, I want to secure a couple of certificates. I'm aiming at $250,000 salary. That's what I'm gunning for.
Mm.
I
So
wish nothing the best for you. I'm around that. I'm already around that age. That amount. But yeah, I'm wishing that for you.
What are you gonna do with $250,000?
what I'm gonna do with $250,000?
Mm.
I'm giving it all to my family. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like
Really?
Right.
that's what it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that.
I'm
I'm
gonna get some.
selfish.
I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna get some land, and I'm gonna build
Mhm.
a house from scratch, from the ground
Mhm.
up, and then
Yeah, if you
on some
want,
acres, and then
I could
you
help
know.
you with that if you want. I can help you with that if you want.
Aren't you in Britain?
Of course I am. What are you talking about?
Okay. Yeah. Listen, if you can help me, if you can help, if you listen, if you can help me from across the pond, I'm
I'm flying all over the damn place.
Okay.
People don't
Hi,
know.
Rilla. Thank you for coming and stopping by and supporting. So I really do appreciate all you guys that do come and show
Chicago.
support. I do.
I appreciate this back chat situation. Like, I didn't know Restream had this. This
Reese is
is
fly, right?
yeah, it's fly back here. It's fly back here.
It's really nice back there. And also, the platform is so easy and they have new updates every 3 months. So they add on new things. Like if I wanted to right now, I could put background music while we're talking. They already have it already plugged in, really good things. So let's see.
That's dope. For sure, for sure.
And
I-
not
I was
only
I was
here's my
listening-
problem, child.
Sorry,
Hi, how you doing?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Now, is this actually him or is this a recording of
Oh,
him
here we
playing?
go.
This is
live?
him. This is him.
Definitely a recording. Definitely not me now. It's me from 2 months ago. It's not.
What are you doing, World
I blame World Class for everything.
We all blame World Class. I had him in timeout for 15
he ain't no
seconds
World
earlier.
Class.
He was so mad. He said, I'm kicking the wall while I'm in
What's
timeout.
the fact? I was throwing stuff. Y'all left
You
me
need
over
to
there for
change
3
your
hours.
name, nigga.
Say that again, Simon.
World
I'm
Class.
sorry.
You need to change your name.
Oh, come on. Simon, sir. Come on. You always
I'm
starting.
sorry. You know.
Simon
what it
Noel
is.
like him.
Mm.
So how do you think about the topic today, World Class? Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
You are so welcome. Appreciate you for having a topic. I think it's good to kind of point that out. I've been pointing out things that's brand new that just started for the last 100 years, and
Stop
yeah,
sniffing
that
was
was a good point. It's definitely a good point.
Yeah, I did. It's so funny when I was actually researching it, I did not know that this whole dating scene is only 100 years old.
It's commercial driven. That's why I say we got consumer ships, not relationships.
What's the
Did you touch on
consumership?
the De Beers aspect of it?
What's the consumership?
No, I didn't.
Remember when
I
De
didn't.
Beers was running the game on diamond engagement rings?
Right.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's another part too.
What's the consumership?
Yeah. When they made diamonds, like diamonds just became that important this last 100 years.
Yeah, you know what? You're absolutely right, because it was a big push for the diamonds in the wedding industry for 15, 20 years now. And that the market price for the diamonds went up $10,000, $20,000?
Yeah, that's something to do with the mines that they were trying to get the diamonds out of.
People was never like back in history. You don't see a lot of diamonds. You see diamonds used in like tools. You don't really see them.
I don't know. Like I've been to Africa.
They never until the last I think maybe 150 years, 100 and 150 years. That's when diamonds really expanded. It was just through that.
Right. So what do you believe? You heard about the 17th century, you heard about the 18th century, how we moved, and you now 19th century, and here we are in 21st century. Out of the things that you learned today, what dating environment do you believe was better, or do you believe will get us back on the right track? Because obviously we can say that the 21st century dating situation is a dub. So we really do need to
It's a dub.
Listen, I am. You know how the Bible says, "Cleave unto your wife." I am cleaving unto my wife.
He said, "I am holding on to her, and I ain't never letting go." Baby, I love you.
Because these women, like women I interact with on a daily basis, tell me about their thought process when it comes to dating, and I'm like, okay, I can never be out here in these streets ever again, because this.
He's like, I'm
these
not
type
going
of
to do
mentalities.
it. Baby, I love you.
Yeah, nah.
It's raggedy out here in these streets. I don't want no parts. Super raggedy. Raggedy out there.
So, which one do you think?
You can give me a heart attack. Jesus Christ! All right.
You want from the 1800s? Oh. None of them.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the 1800s was the
don't like
start
none of them.
of the romantic marriage. So emotions were included. However, they still had the foundation framework of parents being involved in picking suitors.
Yeah, they all trash. All of them.
Damn.
I don't like
You
this
think
one.
that one's trash too?
All of them.
You think all of them? Okay, so tell me why.
What's the middle one? I know this one.
What?
What's the one?
He said, "What's the middle one?"
Yeah, 1800s. You got the beginning of
So
mhm.
1700s was
Oh,
the highlight of coverture. Then we have 1800s was romantic marriages. 1900s was the beginning of courtship, and then we're in dating now.
So what's the
Need to
middle
go
one?
back.
He wants to figure out what the middle one is. He's thinking about it.
Coverture is actually like arranged marriages. That's one actually is good. Yeah, that's the best
What's the middle one, bro?
one. Whatever your local club may suggest to you, whatever spirit tell you for whatever you're thinking right now. So yeah, I think coverture. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the arranged marriage works the best. Yeah.
Okay, so explain to me about the arranged marriages, because Lana says you don't got no feelings, bro. What's going on?
Yeah, no, we don't do feelings right here. That's just-
Oh,
we don't do we're too tough. We don't do feelings.
yeah, we don't do.
No, we don't. We don't do feelings. Ugh.
okay. So why?
I actually have to agree with World Class on this. And
Oh
my
my
on me,
goodness
what the
gracious,
fuck?
my wife says that she married a robot. essentially. My wife says she married a robot. Listen. We got to think through. Look, falling in love, and all of that has messed up so many people, because people are falling in love all over the place, and then they get back up and they fall in love again and get back, and then children are being made between these situations, and they're not being made in the best circumstances. You know what I'm saying? We got to think some things through.
You don't trust in love.
Nah, I definitely don't trust love. I don't trust love.
He trusts in his own tracks. Have you heard Omni's raps? Have you heard his raps? Go to his website.
No, I haven't. He never let me hear any of
Omni,
his
like, bust some raps, bro.
Yeah, so this is where we got to stop, because love is not
up, nigga.
Love
Like,
is not a feeling.
let's listen to Omni.
Simon, please behave.
Simon, chill out. Are you on the sauce? That's what they say in Britain,
This is
right?
how inferior males respond to superior males. This is just the thing they do. So feelings are not like love is not a feeling.
Love is not a feeling?
No, we know love is not a feeling. Love is an action.
How does that make any sort of sense?
Because of what the word means. Go look it up.
Okay, so
did you go look the word up?
Of course he didn't.
Because you shouldn't be really saying anything, should you?
All right. So you're trying to tell me I shouldn't do
I'm not trying. I just told you.
Oh, you told me what? What did you tell me?
If you can't remember, I can't tell you.
You think you're smart, right?
No, I don't think. I'm displaying it right now.
Oh, come on, guys.
Definitely the sauce.
Keep it cool, guys.
No, we're cool. I like World Class.
Right.
I like him.
I don't like you. So
I don't care if you like me or not.
Okay, cool.
I really don't. I don't. Yeah. Why do you feel I care
anything
about
else
you?
dumb to say?
I ain't your parent. I
know. That's why I look great and you don't.
Yeah, but I look after you.
You look after me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's gay. But
yeah, there you go.
I don't think there's a lot of reasons why I just don't think the last two models work. The other one worked because I think, like, when people be saying, because I think I know it is husbandry. You called it, what did you call it? It was a C word?
I know you want your butt cheeks in your face.
Coverture.
Yeah, I know it is husbandry. But I think we have this single mother habit. I mean, the single parent habit bullshit.
Omni's making me laugh. I'm sorry.
What do you say?
He's like, oh shit, they got a private chat.
Restream about to get my money. I'm being honest. Restream about to get all this.
He's enjoying Restream.
It's a private chat on StreamYard.
I know, but I'm like I like the layout of the Restream a lot better than StreamYard.
It can't. This shit comes straight up on the main screen. This shit funny.
Yeah,
with your big hand. Go on, bro.
Jesus Christ. What do you
Omni
mean?
had me dying laughing. He said, "Oh shit."
Oh shit, nigga. All right. Okay.
Oh shit. All right. I'm sorry, word class. Please
Oh, wave your
continue.
hand again. Go on. Wave your hand again. Go on. Do it.
Jesus Christ.
Simon.
You
Hey,
need,
I'm
you need a
sorry,
boyfriend.
though.
Yeah, I just like the single parent model that they trying to push is combated by husbandry or arranged marriages because parents need to be involved in, and they have an investment in who they are bringing into their family. Marriage is supposed to be about two families coming together, and that's not happening. You know what I'm saying? Like at all. So
Why do you think? Why do you think that though?
this free for all that we got going on is not working. We've deleted more babies than ever. Relationships don't last longer than what is it, 2.5 years, 3 years, something like that, into these so-called marriages. And again, the focus is not to develop, human beings. It's just to turn everything into a consumer experience.
What's the longest relationship you've been in?
Why?
That's
What
the
happened?
screen
Did he
frozen.
freeze?
I don't know. Like I
You
really
said
don't.
why?
What's the longest relationship
Why?
you've been in? That's the question.
Why are you worried about my dick? Why?
No one's talking about your penis,
All right
nigga.
then. What you talking about?
What the fuck? What's wrong with you? Like, wow.
Why you worried about?
What I asked you
I can
was,
promise you that any of the
you
chicks that
see,
I named,
you see how
they're
this
not-
shit gets.
you know,
You
can-
see how this
you can
goes
effort.
left. This goes left real quick because, like, you be talking about something you have no freaking idea about. So, like, I'm asking you a specific question. How long have you been in a relationship? What's your longest lasting relationship? That's not.
Wow.
That's not problematic. But
I
yeah,
asked
you want to
you why.
like defend yourself. Go, oh, talk
Okay,
about my
that's
damn
what's up.
dick. It's like, what the hell are you
Do y'all
talking
know
about,
each
bro?
other from a past?
He's blocked on my channel because he's stupid.
Oh.
So I asked you why.
Why is this nigga bringing up like dick? Like, goddamn.
Because you was asking me about it. Why you asking me about my relationship? What would that have to do with the conversation?
You see how he's mad? He's so mad. All right, whatever, whatever, bro. If you don't want to
This is
answer,
how
that's
inferior
cool.
males operate. This is why
You
they
can't
shouldn't be
answer a
involved in
question. Fine. You want to run your mouth all day long.
how
Do that.
inferior males shouldn't
You
be.
want to run your mouth all day long, but you can't answer.
I promise you, you're not in a relationship. I can promise you, you're not in one.
Okay.
What difference does it make?
You can't do
You
that.
see how I don't gotta ask you?
You see how mad he is?
You see how I don't gotta ask you?
He gets mad real quick. Look at him. Look at him. Look. He's mad.
Asking goofy questions. That don't have nothing to do with anything.
All right, whatever. I ain't
I
got
know
time
the
for you.
self-soothing, the overlapping,
Whatever,
the
bro.
conversation.
Whatever.
It's
know,
not
but
gonna work. You're still gonna be
could
down. When
do
you're gonna
all
say
that
something, you
smack.
look stupid.
Do all that smack. You
Right.
can't fucking contest with me, bro.
Right. I can't. All right. Can't contest with you. What the
No.
fuck is that? What is that?
No,
What's this
you
right now?
can't, bro.
Right.
Do what you do.
I am.
Yeah. You know I supported you in the first place,
I
and you tried
don't.
to fuck
So
around.
just don't then.
No, bro. Don't even go there with me, because I'll go real
will.
deep on you.
I will. I'll go there right now. Then what?
Right. Okay.
So,
You done? You finished or you done?
Omni, which one did you pick? I mean, you're now a married man. You moved into that part of the society.
How long you been married, Omni?
Absolutely. Since April.
That's what's up.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So yeah, this is the thing. This is the thing.
Come up, Miss Kate.
I think I've said it. I forget where I said this. I said it like a month ago or a couple of weeks ago on somebody's panel. But I think we should go back to shotgun weddings. Or the gun of choice. The gun of choice today would probably be a 9mm or an AR-15. But
we got switches now. That ain't gonna work.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the Glock with the switches. Yeah.
So why do you think the shotgun weddings is where it's at now? Because you believe that there's nowhere we're going to instill discipline in people who are pretty much naturally undisciplined?
Because people are thinking with their genitals.
Right.
It used to be dudes just thinking with their dicks, but I've seen so much activity out of the women too. They just thinking with their genitals out here. People are just saying, look, they look good, I look good, let's fuck. And you know what I'm saying? Like I know dudes that dive face first into some cat, you know what I'm saying, the first night that they know. And the thing is like the way that, like, the life that I've lived and the experience that I have with women is just like, I need to see your my chart. I need if I'm ever like, I'm a mess up the first, like, if I ever have to be in a first date situation, I'm doing it all wrong because I'm messing it up. I need to see your paperwork. I need to see, like, when was the last time you got screened? Was the last, like, I need to see your test results before we do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, and look, like, marriage sex is like, I don't know what people been talking about like
You say
not having
marriage
sex.
sex?
Yeah, marriage sex is the best sex because I could die face first in it, and I don't have a second thought about it.
Thank
There's
you.
nothing, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could do what I could do
all
what,
over the
like,
place.
it's crazy.
Every room, every
Every
room.
appliance, every piece of furniture.
You know
like,
what?
it's
You
different.
wasn't doing
Yo,
it, but
bro.
to tell you the truth, you wasn't doing it backwards. You was actually doing it the correct way. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's something that I have always done. I have always gotten tested. We always got tested first, and anything in every aspect, right? So I don't think that that's something negative. I mean, there's a problem. I mean, there's a problem if you can't do that. Like, that's, to me, that's like always like a red flag. If someone's like, you be like, hey, let's go get tested. Oh, nah, I don't believe in that. What you mean you don't believe in what? I'm gonna have to ask questions. What you mean you don't believe in what? Like, you know?
That's when I pull out the holy water and throw it on them a couple of times, because this is like,
splash. There you go.
what the fuck
Right,
is
you
going
know,
on?
like, I think definitely those things need to be happening. Background checks. I do background checks. You know, so like,
You do blood work?
I do blood work when I do the drug testing.
You are kidding, bro. What are you talking about?
I gotta have, like, I gotta see your papers. I gotta see your
Yeah,
papers.
you gotta see them papers. Like, yeah,
passport.
absolutely.
Yo,
And it gotta be new too, because here's one thing. I think that because some people, you know, with the My Chart and stuff like that, people give the range of every 6 months to go get tested, right? When you're in a new relationship, you're supposed to go get tested. There should not be no reason why you're saying, "Oh, I'm good," because, you know, 6 months it said I was good. Well, it's not. That 6 months is over. Like, you know, it's month 7 now. You need to go see if everything's okay.
Man, you were swimming in something. You were swimming in a creek last week.
Day one, bro. Day one.
Yeah. It needs to be talked about. It really does.
No, it does.
Look, the
It really
situation in Atlanta is ridiculous. Houston, I hear, is becoming ridiculous.
Because
You know
it's
what I'm
like
saying?
now it's like being you know, you find it, well, I would say now it's always been offensive. It's always been offensive to men and women if you was to ask them things. But now you just can't really take no chance. It gotten so bad because of infidelity that now people who are actually married are having to do these things. What do you feel about that now, you being a married man?
Damn. I mean, you didn't properly assess the other person's value system. You know what I'm saying? Because me and my wife share similar values. You know what I mean? We both come from our parents were, well, especially our mothers were very heavily on, you know what I'm saying, Jesus, the Bible, Christianity, and all that.
You from the Bible Belt, right?
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, also at the same time, our fathers didn't necessarily uphold all the same values and whatnot because they fell short. You know what I'm saying? So ultimately she puts, you know what I'm saying, the reason why we didn't have a completely stable home growing up on the men, because my father stepped out. It is what it is.
Right.
And then her father just can't seem to get right. Like, he in jail right now behind a woman. So it's like, it's a different situation. It's a sad situation, but you know what I'm saying? Well, we do come from the Bible Belt. We grew up Southern Baptist, both of us. And it's just like, people talk about, and I don't want to make this about religion, or particularly my religion, right? But people talk about spirituality and whatnot, but it's just really the principle of certain things that are found in the text, that are found in these religions, that, you know what I'm saying, there's a lot of things I believe in a lot of different religions that actually ring true just from a human perspective. Like let's take it to Christianity for a second. Like the 10 Commandments, thou
Mhm.
shalt not commit adultery. There's probably a good reason why you shouldn't fuck your best friend's wife. You know what I'm saying? There's probably a good reason why. Thou shalt not commit murder. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt. These are things that I believe foster good relationships as opposed to fostering ill will in those around you. So I
Right.
just think that it's just a lot of common sense things. And my grandfather has the phrase "common sense ain't so common." You know what I'm saying? Like he said that all the time, and I didn't understand it, but I see it everywhere I go nowadays. Like
Mm.
like I was talking about this dude that I ran into. Matter of fact, let's not talk about him. I just think it's weird, right? That when I was growing up, this lets you know how the culture has changed, right? Because when I was growing up, all the parents were talking amongst themselves about what their kids were doing, like
Mhm.
how well their kids were doing in school, what sport their kids are in. And now that I'm a grown adult and everybody around me has children, they're still
Right.
talking about what they're doing with their genitals more. So I never hear about what they're doing with the kids, but they're always talking about, oh, I was fucking with this girl last night, or you know what I'm saying? Like it's just like the value system has changed completely. The
Yeah, I don't know.
value
But
system has changed.
what let me ask, what do you think we value now? In your eyes, what do you think is the top 3 things that people are valuing now?
Number one, sex.
Mhm.
Number two is money, which is backwards. Because you know what I'm saying, if you have sex first and you don't have the money, how you gonna take care of these damn kids? But that's why there's a lot of people in broken situations with a bunch of kids running around. I think more people that are in poverty have more kids, and the people with money
True.
are having less kids. You know what
Correct.
I'm saying? And what would be third on the list? Experiences.
Mm.
People will break their necks to have an experience, like this thing that's going on with Chris Brown right now.
Well, what's going on with him? I don't follow anything
He's
nowadays.
a this is what I've just seen this on social media, right? Just glimpses on social media when I'm on it. So apparently he was having women pay him $1,000 to take a picture with him.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's you know what that is? That's idolatry.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
And the
Idolatry.
Bible warns against that as well. See what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like
Idolatry.
on top of that, this is a recent update of that, right? It's gone from him just taking pictures, but now for like an upgraded ticket, like you spend instead of 1,000, you spend like $5,000 with him. He will you get to have him take you on a date. So now you're paying a man $5,000 to take you on a date
What's
as
wrong
Chris
with that,
Brown, and he
though?
was
What's wrong with that? Come on, bro. What's wrong with that?
Simon.
He's like,
I
don't
don't
do
hate I don't hate the play. I hate the game. I just hate the game. I'm never gonna hate the
Yeah, I
players.
don't
I hate the
know
game.
about that. That's is weird. What about you, World Class? What you think is the top 3? Is it similar to what Omni says?
The people value system now.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1 is feelings. Number 2 is easy, quick, and other people's business. Third, they value other people's stuff, I should say.
So you're trying to say that people are more inquisitive. They they want the fast route.
Let's get out. Go.
And what was the other one you said?
Other people's stuff, like envy, jealousy,
Envy.
basically. Other people, they want other people's lives.
So they want to live vicariously through other people, essentially.
They want other people's lives. Like
That's kind of interesting though. Like people living vicariously like through other people. Like people do this all the time.
Don't you think like even something like this apparatus creates that
Yeah.
living through other people's experiences in their life?
Yeah, all these devices. That's what I'm saying. It's easy to see it because that's the lifestyle we live now. Video games, movies,
Hmm.
cosplay,
Yeah.
anime, all of that. It's all somebody else's lives.
That's very male though. That's very masculine to say like video games, male like anime, like that's not a feminine thing.
Yeah, well,
Like for
we do it too, right? We was like, there's women who dream about the it girls and who they're with and the trips they're going to and the shoes and the purses and stuff like that, or the way how women are killing themselves to get BBLs and have a certain shape, or feature and stuff like that, going under the knife, acting like any form of surgery ain't serious. You know what I'm saying? Like it's become a cosmetic thing, and I don't believe in cosmetic surgery. Surgery is surgery. You know what I'm saying? Like once you open your body up, you're opening your body to a lot of illnesses, the illnesses that's out in the air, things that's in your body that is dormant, but we take it as a joke.
That's a
Right?
fact.
they
Just easy,
they
just going
they
under the knife.
they're not gonna show you like the part where they're trying to heal from what they're doing, right? Because it's like if you've ever seen like a lady get a BBL, like it's not it's not tasty. You know what I
Right.
mean?
It's not it's really
It's
not,
not
yeah.
attractive. It's not
Yeah, the
attractive at
healing
all.
part seemed like it's excruciating pain.
Mm.
They look like they're in excruciating pain. They're not able to walk. You have them healing with blood coming out and stuff like it doesn't.
It's gruesome. It's
I
just
really just
like
don't think this is
it's like
why.
Beetlejuice.
Not Beetlejuice, Simon. Not Beetlejuice. Like Lord.
Is that
Well,
literally?
Simon, you give me your top three while you're here. And Hassan, you're not gonna come up and talk to me tonight, sir. I'm about to get off. You're not gonna come up and talk to me.
Yeah, top three of what? Mm-hmm.
Top
Top
three things
three.
that people value today in society.
Top three. Okay.
Free.
I think people value um uh um time. People value time more than they know it. And
Nah, I don't think they do. But go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
don't interrupt me, bro.
You
Before I
look,
get,
you been
I,
interrupting that. You know
listen,
what?
bro,
We're not
I
gonna
get
do
on your,
that. We're not
I
gonna
get
do
on
that.
your track.
You're not gonna start. You ain't gonna suck
Don't
me
even
into
start
this.
me.
Nah,
Don't
I
nah,
know,
nah,
I
start.
nah.
Don't start, guys. Come on. We gotta throw it in there once in a little bit. I get Simon's joint now. All right, Simon, go ahead. Finish with your list, sir.
I said time. That's my first, right? Time,
Mm,
like yeah, and
mhm.
then it's value, like in terms of
Self-importance.
thank you. There you go, madam. There you go. Self-importance is very relevant. Um, in terms of just understanding who you are and trying to understand where you're going or where you're at, where you be. You know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
it means a lot. It does mean a lot to a lot of people. And I'm not being personal, I'm just being general. So the third thing is physical presence. Um
Hmm.
we want a physical presence in our life, but sometimes it doesn't really mean too much. You know what I mean? Um what are you
So you
sniggering
don't think?
about?
Do you think that? So let me ask you a question. Do you think that people take too much time trying to be present within everything? That's what you're trying to say? Like like everything is a moment kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are many people married to people that are soldiers, and
Mm,
they are away. So What are you breathing like that for, bro?
Jesus Christ.
This dude is breathing. He's breathing. Like, what?
Niggas can't breathe now. This is
You
He's
can't
breathing hard. He's like,
breathing, no,
he's like, "Ugh."
nothing.
Look, I was just saying that there are soldiers. There are soldiers that are now stationed in other places in the world, and they have wives, and their wives are dedicated to them. But most of the time, we have a real short term relationship, and that's the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you can't be with somebody and like really focus in on them, then it's not really worth it in the first place because it ain't a thing.
All right. Okay. Cool. Well, gentlemen, I'm about to head on out of here and finally get something to eat because I'm hungry. And I appreciate all your commentary tonight. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. And if y'all have any last words, y'all are free to say it now.
I'm waiting for world class. What's your last word, nigga?
It's all Simon's fault. It's all Simon's
fault. That close to some people. Great stream. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You look amazing, by the way.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Keep the content coming. We need intellectual content in this space, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate your work class. Thank you for coming up. Simon?
Could we go to Omni first and then
Oh, you want to be the last? You want to be the closeout?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Omni?
Oh, I already said that. I said it's all Simon's fault. What else needs to be said?
It's all his fault.
It's all Simon's fault. Everything.
We're going to blame everything. We're going to blame the whole 100 history on Simon Hectic.
Yeah. I got that on my shoulders. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good.
Peace.
Right.
Thank you, sir, Omni. I appreciate you.
Yeah. Salute to everyone that bounced in. Salute to MJ. MJ's a chick. So salute. Hit the like, subscribe, like the channel, hit the membership when it gets monetized. You know, do your thing, and salute the girl. You get what I'm saying? Because she's real, and that's all that needs to be done. You know what I mean? So yo, peace to you. Salute. I'm out.
All right, appreciate you, Simon. Thank you for
thank you. Thank you for having me up here, MJ. I salute you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everyone. I want to say thank you all for coming and staying with me and rocking with me for these past 4 hours and 30 minutes. We did it. I hope you definitely enjoyed the topic. I'm going to be trying to do a little bit more like these type of topics and stuff. And I'm sorry that that they took the music out. I wanted to play music, but now I'm fearful now because they didn't play the music, and I'm upset about that because I was jamming earlier. But it is what it is. So please definitely, before you head out, hit the like button, hit the down button. Please leave a comment. You know, I love engagement. It lets me know what I need to do to help change or help build the channel. And I appreciate all of y'all, and I hope y'all have a wonderful, wonderful, safe, and happy, healthy Sunday, and a good Monday too. If I don't